Greetings, chess fans. We're coming to you live from the 2025 Biel Chess Festival, one of the most iconic and long-standing events on the international chess arena. Now, in its 58th edition, the festival brings together an exciting mix of top grandmasters, rising stars, and ambitious talents from around the globe. At the heart of the festival is the Grandmaster Triathlon, a demanding format that tested players across 3 disciplines. Alongside it, there's a full program featuring open, rapid, blitz, and youth events. This is day 2 of the festival. I'm Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans, joined by Angelika Volkova, and we are going to be your hosts throughout the entire event. Angelika, it's fantastic to have you back. Yesterday was a pretty long but exciting day, full with action. So what can we expect from today?
Yeah, I think we're going to expect so many fights from today because we have rapid, right? And yesterday we had rapid but chess 960. Today we're going to have classical chess and not double, but round robin. So every player is going to face against each other in the challenger section and the master. So there's going to be a lot to take a look at.
Absolutely. So let's check now the format of the rapid event. The first event of the triathlon, which consists of rapid, blitz, and classical. So this is the round-robin tournament of 6 players, 2 tournaments, masters and challengers. You can see the time control is going to be 15 minutes plus 5 seconds bonus time. The winner is going to walk away with 2 points. Draw is obviously 1 point, and losses are not awarded by any points whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a day where players have to start and understand that today is a day when the points are counted for the overall rankings in the Grandmaster Triathlon. And here we have the pairings for the first round of the rapid. We have Frederick Svana with the white pieces taking on Radoslav Wojtaszek, the winner of the chess 960 from yesterday. Volodar Murzin with white pieces against Saleh Salem and Aravindh against Vladimir Fedoseev. In the challengers, we have David Navarro with white pieces against Daniel Darda, Makun against Aram Hakobian, and Nicolas Teodoro against Rinat Jumabayev, who actually won yesterday chess 960 challengers. We're going to see so many exciting pairings. Which pairing actually catches your eye immediately, Arturs?
Probably, I think it would make sense to start with some of the highest rated players. For example, I'm eyeing for the game of Aravindh against Fedoseev, but of course, it doesn't really mean that's going to be the most exciting game. You never really know. And also, yesterday, when we were following the action of chess 960, it was such an unpredictable tournament, and the winners of the challenges and masters I would not have predicted before the tournament, and yet the results are what they are. So it's fantastic to be back here. And by the way, as you can see, the round 1 already has started.
So let's jump in probably immediately to the game of Aravindh Chidambaram against Vladimir Fedoseev. I think it's the game which looks okay. We are not yet going there, but we actually have on the screen behind us pairings. As you can see, it's David Navarro playing against Daniel Darda. Shall we take a look on that game?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. So, 2 very creative players. Yesterday, Daniel, by the way, was having a pretty great run in the chess 960 tournament. He missed a victory in one of these challengers matches versus the masters against Volodar Murzin. He fought back amazingly. By the way, Daniel also was one of the authors of one of the most beautiful games, if I may say so, in the chess 960 tournament. You can check out the recap of the chess 960 tournament. And David had a pretty difficult run at some point, but he managed to fight back with a pretty crazy game at Aravindh in the final round. So what we have here is some sort of a pierce, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And also talking about Daniel Darda, he's a 4-time Belgian champion. First time actually winning Belgium championship at the age of 11, which was crazy. And also currently he has one other world record, which is that he played a simultaneous exhibition against 50 players, getting 47.5 points, which is actually a world record. And from yesterday, he played so many nice chess 960 games. I remember this crazy game he played in round was it round 6? I mean, absolutely insane game. Was it against Volodar Murzin or another battle? But definitely the time scramble showed that he can do it.
Absolutely. So here we have already the first 12 moves incoming. As you can see, that's essentially the difference. Yesterday when we were watching the chess 960, the players would already delve in, starting with the very first moves, because normally that's a position you have never seen in your life before. Here, obviously, there's a major difference. The position is pretty well known. And I think Darda has played the Pirc or the Philodor defense, actually. Sometimes get confused where the Pirc starts and the modern defense finishes, but it's a pretty interesting position where Black creates himself a weakness on d6, but he intends to have some dynamic opportunities in the position, most notably trying to target the pawn on e4 with something like knight c5, and possibly this bishop f8 is going to join the game with maneuver like g6 and bishop g7.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arturs, I want to ask you, would you like to actually go through the game from the beginning just to see move by move what happened there?
Absolutely. Let's do it from the start. So e4, d6, yeah. So d6, the Pirc or Rufimtsev or the Philodor or the modern defense, there's so many names of the opening. It's getting pretty popular lately, and it's being played by some of the best players lately. It used to be pretty dubious opening because White very quickly grabs the center, and basically Black is giving up the space advantage. But obviously the trends are changing very quickly. So knight f6, knight c3, e5. Maybe I would like to stop here already for the very first moment. You're probably wondering, I mean, why not d takes on e5 here and trade on d8? So it seems that White has managed to ruin Black's opportunity to cast a short, but the practice has proven it's not really a big deal, because after bishop c4, Black can even play bishop e6, and this position, surprisingly for Black, is very solid. So that's why David didn't go here.
Yeah, definitely. And whenever this e5 is played, I think also when I'm playing White myself, I'm always wondering, should I trade those queens, should I not? But this knight on c3 is probably not making the position perfect for this. And knight f3, continuing the development and attacking the pawn. Knight d7 should follow to defend the pawn on e5, and bishop c4, another developing move.
And there's also one more interesting moment here. There's a pretty typical maneuver in this well-known position. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't work, but here it doesn't work. You want to take on f7, king f7, followed by knight g5 check, and here the idea is that after king g8 you play knight e6.
Oh.
So the queen is hit, there's going to be a fork, queen e8, knight c7, queen g6, knight x on a8, and it seems that Black is doing really fantastic, except all of this already is known. Queen g2, rook f1, if my memory is not totally failing me, I think it was e takes on d4, followed by knight e5, knight f3, bishop h3, and Black is clearly in charge. So that's why, I mean, this maneuver of bishop takes on f7, pretty common pattern, is known, it just doesn't work right now.
Yeah, it doesn't work just yet, because Black has so much initiative for that reason. White has to continue. Oh, a4. So I guess getting some space on the queen side and also stopping ideas of a6, b5 in some moment. And there is also a space on a2 for a bishop to come back in case of any knight b6.
Yeah, so this a4, like, it's a very common trend, and for this mainly we have to thank to the development of the modern chess engines like Stockfish, Leela, because they teach us more things about the game of chess we didn't really know before. And the trend is that, especially at the high level, if you're really good at the game, you want to push the side pawns quite early, like a4, a5, h4, h5, a5, a4. From the Black's perspective, that's why some of the openings are being revised. You push those side pawns as early as possible, and then somehow, if you're really good at game, you get more information, but naturally it can also backfire.
Yeah, definitely it can. So that's why you have to be ready. But for that reason, also players had this time, right? Yesterday, after chess 960, the numbers were chosen, so they knew who they are going to face against. And as we can see, both players had a pretty good preparation. Now a5 to follow.
All right, so e1, rook c6, b3. Yeah, this b3, bishop b2, I think is a pretty nice idea. Sometimes also White plays bishop a3, is threatening to take on e5, exploit the pin on e7, and that's why I'm just gonna now roll back. h3, rook e8, bishop b2. By the way, notice this, also this move. You see, Black first played h6 and then rook e8, not to miss any bishop takes on f7 and knight g5 ideas. This is what we discussed previously, and now finally Darda decided to take on d4, so I'm simply gonna roll back to the current position here. After takes, here, this is the current position.
Yeah, and what we can see is that white has more space in the center due to the pawn on e4, and d6 at some moment can be a weakness, but right now it's covered by the bishop, rook, queen, and d5 break can happen anytime in the position, but you have to watch out for e5 from white.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think here David got exactly what he wanted. Actually, I'm a bit surprised about the evaluation bar. It says that black is like completely equal here. I still would like to give white some minor pressure here because of the weakness on d6, but maybe again it's very concrete. Black wants to play queen e7, rook e8, target the pawn on e4, so somehow this position is level. My suggestion, Angelika, is that now we are going to go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the other games.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check out what we have on the other boards.
All right, anything catches your eye immediately?
So many interesting positions. We have a lot of d4s, as I see on the top left. I can see there was some queen's gambit.
Right.
Blind.
I think most of them are pretty big theoretical discussions, and that's essentially the difference between the rapid and chess 960, is that in chess 960 the action can explode very quickly, and here all of these positions are just traditional, normal, healthy openings, nothing really crazy is happening.
I'm wondering what is happening on the top right board. It is a game of Aravindh against Vladimir Fedoseev, the game we actually can check out between two leaders. There is a pawn on e5 already. What is happening there?
Yeah, this looks very interesting. So we could start with this game. And also we have the help of the evaluation bar that immediately says Fedoseev has done something apparently wrong in the opening phase. I see that this was the so-called Caspet structure. And the Caspet structure, again, without going for a very deep analysis, I'm just going to show you how they got here from the very beginning. Yeah, this a6, the Janovsky variation is getting pretty popular at any levels. I played myself, so I know that it's a very poisonous idea from the black's perspective. The threat is to take on c4. So we go to some sort of Caspet position. And essentially, the one thing you really want to know about the Caspet is that mostly the players are trying to play at the pawn minority. So here white in the long run is thinking about some b4, a4, b5 ideas. If black plays c6, trying to create weakness on c6, and black is supposed to play at the king side. So fast forwarding what happened here after bishop d6, knight e5. Here apparently the previous move by Fedoseev, bishop d6, was not very successful. He took on e5, and now here the Indian player has very good chances to go for a kingside attack.
Yeah, definitely. The pawn on e5 in a way is dividing the position in two parts and two flanks, and it's not so easy to defend the king side for black, because ideally you would like to have a knight on f6, right, defending all the squares, but the pawn is stopping that square, and now knight is on c7, pretty awkward, and basically there is not a single piece which is defending the king side for now. There are two bishops, but they're not really helping much.
Knight e4 marks is a mistake. I mean, sometimes engines are really producing miracles. Looks perfectly normal move to me. Knight is centralized here, and white is thinking about some ideas like f4, f5, potentially also e4. And it seems that Aravindh has positioned every single piece to go for a successful conquest at the king side. So the queen, bishop, knight, here the other bishop on g3, the rook on f1, with the help of the f-pawn. Things look really promising here for white, and this prompted Fedoseev immediately to retreat, I suppose, with some ideas to play c5 or knight e6.
Yeah, but also f5 square is ready for the knight or for the bishop. I think then the biggest problem of black that h6 is played, so for that reason g6 will never be possible to kick the piece out if the knight is ever coming to f5. But actually the question, which piece would you like to put there? Would you like to put the bishop or a knight? Because
on e6.
On f5.
On f5. Ideally, probably the knight, because the knight is like within striking distance of the black king. And probably, Angelika, I've seen too many games by Garry Kasparov, and he has played from many openings like the Petrosian variation or some other variations where he gets the knight on f5, sacrificing the pawn typically, and then he develops a very dangerous initiative, usually involving some sort of a sacrifice on g7 and h6. So that's why, following your question, I think something like bishop f5, following the trade, and knight f5 would make more sense to me, because with the knight at f5, you cannot easily play g6 because you see black has committed with the pawn on h6.
Yeah, absolutely. That was also my point, that you don't start with a knight coming to f5, but first you play bishop f5 to trade that bishop, right? And then knight will jump to f5. But as well, as plan of f4 and f5 and f6 potentially is also there. Meanwhile, what can actually black do on the queen side? Because whenever we have some play on the one side of the board, in this case white has a play on the king side, it means black has to try something on the queen side, but I don't really see that much because the pawns are not expanded that much.
Perhaps his idea is to play f6. You know, I know that this f6 looks really scary, because the pawn on e5 is like a facilitator to go for the kingside attack. And is this the reason why he retreated with the bishop on e7, the bishop on e7, so that there's no knight x on e6 idea? But I immediately see all the drawbacks. Like here, all of these light squares are incredibly weak. So perhaps here Aravindh is really thinking, so if I'm playing f4, black plays f6, and if I'm not able to play f5, why did I play f4 in the first place? So at the highest level, very often, this is like the players are first and foremost thinking about the moves of the opponent and only then about themselves.
Yeah, and that's actually a perfect point. For that reason, I would say bishop f5 looks more logical, since after f6, there is going to be immediate follow-up of e6. So that would for sure be, in the way, a prophylactical move against the f6.
Yeah, this absolutely looks very, very promising for Aravindh, and it just begs the question, where exactly Fedoseev got it wrong? Because if we're going to roll back a couple of moves, so all of this is pretty known stuff. I think here knight d8, bishop g3. So if we look at this position a bit briefly, black wants to trade the docks with bishops, and one of the common ideas for black typically is to play rook e8, knight e4. Let me just put some random moves. Let's say rook e8, rook b1, knight e4, bishop e7, queen e7. So this is normally what black wants. He wants to play knight f6, he wants to play bishop f5, and try to make an impression that he has some sort of initiative going on the king side. And yet it didn't happen. So here Fedoseev played, instead of the rook e8, he played knight e8, bishop d6, and after knight e5, apparently bishop d6 was inaccuracy. So he simply had to take on e5, and this is where we are right now.
But the question is, yeah, I think he had to take on a5, because if you play f6, you exploit so many light squares. So e4 is on the board. Very interesting move. So I guess one of the ideas could be to stop any kind of activity on the queen side from black, such as c5. And now the d5 is a target.
I love this move. It just looks very, very normal, and also white is not committing to f4. He can play f4 later. And then I'm thinking after c5 idea, possibly white can play knight f5, and I don't think black will be in the mood to take on f5 and create monstrous pawns for white on the 5th rank. But there might be even moments where white can take on d5, c takes on d4, and play d6, and suddenly these bishops are becoming stronger and stronger, and black's positioning here is not ideal.
Yeah, what an incredible tactic. It is definitely with a d6 move, and looks like also according to computer still prefers slightly wide, but bishop h4 has been played. So do you think for Vladimir this desperate feeling trying to find a way to exchange this bishop could actually harm his position?
Well, one thing I have noticed in Fedoseev's play that he is a very resilient player. So this is something we already saw yesterday. There were a couple of moments when his position would be really shaky, but he's such a creative player, and he always manages to find some practical resources. So that's why here I wouldn't really say that Fedoseev's position is really terrible. I see obviously the bar, and visually it looks quite unpleasant, but he usually finds those resources. So also, when we're looking at the clock situation here, you can see the Indian Grandmaster has already 5 minutes on the clock versus Fedoseev's almost 9. That's quite a big difference in the rapid.
Yeah, that's a very big difference, especially when you started to play very quickly. And now knight f5 is on the board. So basically what Aravindh is saying, if you want to trade the bishop, you will trade it on my terms. Now if bishop takes on g3, I guess the bishop or the knight will recapture, or will it be a pawn from h2.
So if he takes on g3, I think there might be even f takes on g3. This is a bit unusual because normally there's a rule in chess you have to take with the pawns towards the center, not away from the center. But here might be different rules because suddenly the rook on f1 joins the game. Probably h takes on g3 is a bit better, but yeah, this position is also something that Fedoseev has to evaluate very quickly. That's why you're not seeing the bishop takes on g3 to be played immediately.
Actually, now the big question for black is how to guard the d6 square, because after bishop will be traded on g3, then suddenly knight can join and jump all the way to the d6 square, and then suddenly b7 pawn is under attack. So actually taking with the f pawn, your plan looks pretty great, because taking on f5 will also not make so much sense, because you would just help white, bringing pawn from e4 to f5.
Yeah, we are going to see. So clearly here, this is a fight between the two highest rated players of the master section. Maybe we're going to come back to this moment a bit later. Here you can see Fedoseev is trying to evaluate his chances, trying to bring up the best possible defense and use the advantage he has on the clock. But now maybe we can go once again back to the bird's eye view and see how far the other games have developed.
Yeah, see on the bottom right board, it's a Nicolas Teodoro against Renat Jimabayev. Very interesting pawn structure on the king side. As you can see, the pawns d4, e3, f2, g3, h4, and also on the queen side for black, there is already a pawn on a4. Very interesting position.
It's some Catalan, I think. I'm not really sure if this was the Catalan, but it looks like some sort of a version of the Catalan. All right, anything else also out of the ordinary? I know. I mean, we are always drawn onto something which looks amazing, incredible, etc. But everything looks pretty normal to me.
On the top left board, the game of Frederick Swane against Radoslav Wojtaszek, I see there is some interesting also pawn structure and pressure on the d5 pawn, and queen is all the way on f4. I don't know what is doing there. But yeah, maybe a question to you, Arturs. What is the queen doing on f4? It's been attacked
something,
right now.
I suppose. I don't know. All right, Angelica, your call. Which game do you want to follow? I'm going to follow your lead.
All right. Okay, let's go maybe to the game of Frederick Swane against Radoslav Wojtaszek, since Radoslav won yesterday the Chess 960 game as a winner, and also Frederick didn't have such a great tournament, but still delivered some nice games.
Right. So what we have, I believe this was a Caracan and
now
a bit unusual.
And now we have reversed Carlsbad in a way, originally.
Yeah, it switched to some sort of a pawn-off position. And I'm seeing that it was in the opening phase, it was a trade on d5. Okay, let's maybe not focus on the opening too much because the game already is well in the middle game. But black has some problems. I think black has some problems because of the bishop on c8, so his position can potentially be a bit shaky. And if I'm playing here from the white's perspective, the first thing I'm thinking, can I play c5 here? So c5, b takes on c5, rook takes on c5, the pawn on d4 is pretty well supported by these two knights on f3 and e2, and then I want to play on the pawn majority at the queen side.
And now big question for black, actually, how to continue. And it's black's turn right now for Radoslav. Time-wise, it looks pretty balanced, but due to this bishop on c8, yeah, the position looks definitely, slightly worse for black. And also the queen on f6. I'm not sure what it's doing on the king side in front of all the pieces. It's not the best piece to be in front of the pawns and attack the pawn on d2, d4. Yeah,
it's quite unusual position. I think normally the queen stands on d8 and the black knight is on f6 instead. So this is something new. Speaking about potential ideas for Wojtaszek and these pawn-off-like structures, one of the common themes that black typically tries to employ in these positions is to play d takes on c4. So here, let's say black would play d takes on c4. If you play bishop takes on c4, that's an IQP, which is a shorter version of the isolated queen's pawn structure, which is, once again, very big discussion in chess. But I'm pretty sure that white would respond with b takes on c4, creating a mini center here. And I am absolutely positive that Wojciech would have played it without thinking if he had the pawn on a7. So with a pawn on a7, this means he could have been playing bishop b7, rook d8, and try to apply some pressure. But you see the pawn stands on a6, and that's where the question is he not really weakening the pawn on b6 for no good reason and give white ideas like queen b2, applying some pressure? And this is why he's thinking.
Now, that's a big point. And he's actually going for it, creating hanging pawns for Frederick Swan, and he's playing bishop b7. Probably he couldn't find anything better, and he desperately wanted to open the bishop because it was standing on c8 already for quite some time. Now bishop suddenly is on b7, opening this very nice diagonal. But again, big question, can white exploit this weakness on b6?
Yeah, I think here black would be, if black would be eligible to do this, he could play a6, a7. That would be a really great move, improving black's position. But unfortunately, black pawns simply do not move backwards. So the question is, what does he plan to do? Maybe attack the knight on f3 somehow with knight a5? That looks pretty reasonable to me.
Maybe another idea could be knight f5 targeting the d4 pawn. Is knight to f5?
Yeah, knight f5 also looks good.
Because d5 is not yet possible, and we have already rook, knight, and queen targeting the pawn on d4. But now it's actually, it's white to move.
Yeah, of course, black play bishop b7. I simply missed it. And now there's all kinds of knight a5 and knight f5 ideas. So bishop e4 immediately challenging the strength of the bishop on b7. The engine says it's a mistake, but looks normal move to me. I suppose rook d8 is logical here.
Rook d8 is very logical. First of all, activating the piece which has not worked, and also putting pressure on the pawn on d4. And again, there is going to be this fight between weaknesses. Which pawn is going to be weaker? The hanging pawns for white or the black's pawn on b5? And knight f5 indeed has been played.
Yeah, knight f5 is, again, perfectly reasonable move. Black is applying a lot of pressure against the pawn on d4. So this most likely means that white at some point is going to play d5.
And then we will see probably isolated queen's pawn position again.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. We'll see. Yeah, it's a very, very interesting position, and I cannot immediately compare it with any other games, because the queen typically doesn't stand on f6, and like I already said, the knight is typically on f6, but black definitely has some pressure here, even though the bar says white is much better.
Arturs, I have actually some update from the game which we looked just now. Aravindh against Vladimir Fedoseev. Looks like there is already a pawn all the way on e6. It's the board on the top right corner. There is a bishop on f5, queen on g4, and pawn is all the way on e6. What has happened?
Yeah, it seems that Fedoseev hasn't managed to solve his opening problems. So everything started with a minor inaccuracy in the opening, and now he did play this f6 move we discussed before, and white has a very, very nice control of those weakened light squares. Anything else we're seeing? Some major changes? I'm looking at the game we discussed previously, David Navarra against Daniel Darda. That's the lower left corner here. I'm seeing that the engine values black's position to be slightly more pleasant, but materially wise. What is happening there?
I think there was some trade. The knight somehow was on e3 under attack. And
wait, black is up on exchange, actually.
Oh my God.
How did that happen? How did that happen? So apparently there was a turn of events here. Let me just show you the current position, and just to scroll back a couple of moves. If my calculation and vision is not completely off today, I'm seeing that black simply has an extra exchange. So what happened? Let's show this position exactly 4 moves ago. So this was the position here: bishop g7, knight e2, and knight g4.
Oh my God. Bishop on b2 is hanging. Also rook on e3.
H takes, that's the idea. The queen is hit, the bishop on b2 is lost, the knight on d2 is really awkward. So David?
But that would be just a pawn, right?
Yeah, just a pawn or an exchange. So either way here, I think Navarra just blundered, apparently. So after what was it move? Again, after bishop g7, knight e2 is a very, very unsuccessful move. So he, unfortunately for him, he blundered the knight g4 idea, and yeah, now he's struggling here.
Yeah, now it looks like White is struggling, but still trying to find some compensation for an exchange. I think bishop on c3 is something what we can call could be a compensation for that, because it's targeting the pawn on a5. It's a very strong piece now that black doesn't have the bishop already. So maybe there is still some hope for equalizing. What do you think, Artur?
Absolutely. I don't think that his position is lost. It's just, I think this was what we call an unforced error. Most likely, David simply forgot about the knight g4 idea, and then he decided, better I give up the exchange than the pawn so that I have some activity. So because of these weakened dark squares, I would say he definitely can fight back, but the clock situation doesn't really look good.
Arturs, I'm sorry, and the board of Nicolas Theodorou against Rinat Jumabayev has just been a brilliant tactic. Let's maybe take a look if we can. There has been queen takes on d7, and I think that maybe there was a resignation actually on the board. They are discussing something. Yeah, probably the game is been over. Just look at this. There has been a huge blunder by the Kazakh Grandmaster taking on e5.
Oh, wow.
A big mistake.
Oh, wow, yeah, he just basically blundered in one move. I mean, this is pretty easy tactic to me, but I think that Rinat was in a very big time scramble here under a lot of pressure, so he missed queen takes on d7, very cute queen sack, and obviously the idea is that rook takes on d7 is simply rook c8 check, and you cannot play king h7. So his position actually was not terrible. It was maybe slightly worse, but as you can see, it's a pretty bad combination. There's a pressure at the d file, there's a pin, time scramble, and this is usually what produces blunders.
And what interesting is that Rinat Jumabayev actually won chess 960 yesterday while Nicolas was struggling yesterday. So again, yesterday's result doesn't mean anything. Today is a new day, and as we can see, Nicolas is doing great.
Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. So we have one game finished, and we also saw David Navarra blundering an exchange, and now he is fighting back. Maybe he can still save the game. The game in question, Aravindh against Fedoseev, that's the top right corner. Still, he has a pretty commanding lead. And unless we are seeing something dramatic, I would suggest that we go back to this game and follow it until the end.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with you, because it looks like bishop is already on a6 suddenly. So attack is ongoing, king is on f8, and white's king is safe. Apparently, computer doesn't like the previous move of white.
Wait, where's the pawn? He did have a pawn, right?
Actually, yeah, instead of the bishop, there was a pawn.
Yeah, there was a pawn on e6. I mean, if I'm not terribly mistaken. So rolling back a couple of moves, what was the position? He sacrificed it.
He sacrificed to get the e6 square, but the pawn was extremely strong.
Right, and he could win the exchange, but he decided not to do it. And he played rook e1,
and
h5.
And now it was already one move too late to play bishop e6 and g4. So idea, of course, is to open more files against the king. Now if pawn takes on g4, rook takes g4, there would be a big attack. But can you actually play h4 here as black?
I think you could even sacrifice the exchange on e6. That's the point. I mean, I totally understand why Aravindh did it. So he decided that winning an exchange for a pawn, it might not be enough, because black would definitely have some fortress ideas, but here I'm seeing that he can still take on e6, right? So it's a bit surprising event, turn of events, but I think that normally that's also how you want to play in a time scramble. Whenever you have a chance, you try to have some attacking chances in a time scramble, because your opponent normally just cannot make a difference between real threats and illusory threats. So that's why here Aravindh decided to keep the bishop alive, but Fedoseev, by the way, did not sacrifice the exchange on e6 anymore. He's perfectly happy to keep the exchange.
And there was a threat, actually, a move earlier, bishop coming to h5 and threatening checkmate on e8, so that's why queen g5 was played, away from the attack on the bishop. Now queen h6 offering a queen trade, and queen goes back. So we have some... Oh, is there any rook e8 now possible?
Yeah, Rook e8 and queen d6 ideas here, despite the fact that white is down a pawn, black is under a lot of pressure. But everything can still happen because players are below 1 minute on the clock and you only get 5 seconds. G6 played to cover the weaknesses of the light squares.
But rook e8?
Can you play it? I'm not really sure. Rook e8, queen d6, rook e7, maybe it's not enough. And this is where the top grandmasters are showing their skill. You have to calculate very quickly and precisely.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also very tough, but currently 15 seconds for Aravindh. He has to try to find a move. Will he do it? No, he's not risking. He plays bishop f3. Ooh, now rook h4 is coming.
I would still rate his chances pretty high here because, again, white is the one who has the initiative. Rook h4, queen h3, rook h7, all kinds of rook e7 ideas. And at the same time, black has to figure out all the nuances here. Queen g5, queen h3, rook h7 is very unpleasant. Queen e2, very nice move.
Yeah, now targeting the rook on e1, but rook d1 is coming with a tempo. Queen has to go back. Where does the queen retreat, actually? Of course, taking the pawn on b2 would be a suicide, so queen has to defend the king side.
Yeah, but if you play queen g5, there's going to be rook g4 and bishop e4. So Fedoseev is like, okay, you got it. It looks really scary, but I'm just going to take the pawn on b2. Let's hope it works.
He's taking with the hope that he's going to defend the position on the king side. So for that reason, Aravindh has to keep on attacking, because if he's not checkmating black, then he's going to lose this endgame. He's just down 2 pawns right now.
And the king is ready to walk. So I was actually thinking that black is going to play king f6. Rook e1 here. Aravindh's position looks really, really scary, but the bar says somehow this position is equal. I don't think it's going to be a draw. Definitely it's going to be decisive outcome here. So let's follow the action here. Full screen. Huge, huge moment in the game. The players are down on 20 seconds. For white, it's only 10 seconds. Knight f6 defensive move.
Huge tension on the board. Knight f6 targeting the rook. What to do? Rook comes to the e7. Now there is idea of bringing the queen and checkmate on g7. Oh my god.
Queen d2 makes perfect sense to bring the queen closer to the defense.
We see that the time is ticking. Both players are on the edge of their nerves. What will Fedoseev do?
Queen e2 is played. The engine marks as a mistake. It looks perfectly normal move to me. Queen g3, knight e4. The rook on d6 defends the g6 square. Wait, bishop e4, queen e1. He blundered this?
Oh no, he blundered the rook. What is happening?
Queen takes on e4, queen h... Wait, you could have played queen e4. I mean, the rook is defending the bishop on e4. F takes on e4, queen h3 still looks incredibly scary. He gives away the queen. Yeah, that's the human
now queen h3. Oh wait, he gives away the queen. Oh my god. Queen b3 check. Now we have 2 rooks against the queen.
Black is playing for the win. So here, white is trying to collect the pawns here. Apparently, there was missed opportunity from both sides. Looks perfectly still human. C pawn could go forward. I would try to push it.
But also a6 pawn is hanging, and potentially there could be a protected passer with on the a file for the white.
Fedoseev is completely safe here, so I don't think that here white is playing for the win. The position somehow is balanced. There you go. The rook goes behind the c pawn. The c pawn is rolling forward, and now it is Aravindh who is going to try to stay in the game.
Yeah, and now probably he will have at some moment to try to stop that pawn. He's playing queen c4, trying to stop the pawn. Now if rook d4, the pawn a6 would hang. But now rook d4 is a huge threat to push forward the pawn. How are you going to stop it?
Rook d4, also the king is marching to c7. This pawn is going to go forward. I think white needs to push those king's pawns at some point. There you go, Angelica. Rook d4 is on the board. Queen c3 is a defense against c4.
Now there is queen f3, huge threat, not to blunder it. King e7 is immediately played. And f4, as you mentioned, now white has to try to create a passer on the f file.
I think still here, black is definitely playing for the win. He needs to find a way to defend the rook on d4 and to push the pawn on c4. But as long as the rook leaves the d4 square, the queen goes back to c4, and white also is thinking about an idea to create a pass pawn.
But big problem is if you play king g5, there's going to be a check. Rook d5 and pawn to c4 will march forward.
Queen c4 most likely is going to go back now. There you go, king d6, rook d4. Okay.
Repetition, 1 repetition.
We have, by the way, some update that David Navarro apparently is winning, even though he was down in exchange.
Yeah, we're going to check that after the game is over. So rook goes to d6. And now he has to defend the pawn, maybe with the king. King coming to b6.
I mean, this is the kind of position where Fedoseev can blitz a lot of moves. There's no stress. The g pawn going, oh, g5, what a resource. You're going to play f takes on g5. There's going to be a rook d4 check.
Oh, and now the big problem, the pawn cannot march forward because there will be the check. And now finally there is an f-pawn, but cannot go forward.
Angelica, how is this position even equal? I don't understand it. Visually, it feels that definitely black is the one who is trying to press things, and yet Evaluation Bar is not convinced. No, totally equal.
I think there is a big problem of marching the pawn forward, the c-pawn, because there is always going to be some check from white. And also this pawn can also march to the f5, but queen c4.
Yeah, rook d4, you could do it at the moment. The pawn on c5 is under attack. So here Fedoseev is trying to figure out what's the setup. Does he give up the pawn on a6? He needs to somehow push the c pawn forward. King b6, queen b3 here is going to be played quickly.
Yeah, and this is happening now. Another check. And the thing is that this position there has been no pawn move. So it means if this position will be like this for 50 moves, there will be a draw.
By the way, also, let's not forget white can play a4, a5 idea. So rook d7, here Fedoseev is trying to rearrange the pieces. I think here white can safely play a4. Maybe the idea, Angelica, is king b6, queen b3, king a5. That's why here Aravindh is not touching the pawn.
He's not touching it yet. Now f5 can be played, but rook is stopping it, so there is no f5 any longer. Maybe black wants to capture a pawn, but whenever black captures the pawn on f4, there will be take on c5, so that's why you have to be really careful.
Very powerful idea here by Fedoseev to play rook f5, rook f4, and now white is under a lot of stress. He has to figure out what's he going to do. King g3, not to allow the rook takes on f4 with a check.
Yes, and now basically whenever black takes on f4, the pawn on c5 is going to be missed.
Rook f6, a quiet move.
Preparing maybe king b6. So
also notice how Aravindh is not playing a4 because he knows that Fedoseev wants to play king b6, king f5. There you go. As soon as white played a4, king is going to go to a5.
King is going all the way to a5. Now queen c4. Black cannot take on a4. Pawn on c5 is being under attack.
Can you play rook d6, rook d4? You don't want to blunder the rook on f5.
The problem is there is going to be a check, queen c3, and if king takes on a4, queen c2 would pick up the rook. Now actually queen c3 can be a check. Queen c3 check, if king takes on a4, queen c2.
Very nice maneuver. Rook b6, rook b4 here. The rook on b4 defends the king against that. He checks the pawn at 4, is about to fold the pawn on a4 as well.
Is there a move queen d3? What should you do?
I mean, somehow all of this is still level, but Fedoseev keeps finding chances here.
Queen c2 defending on a4 and at the same time attacking the rook on f5. King b4 coming forward.
Very strong move. Here the pawn on a4 most likely is going to fall, so black already is threatening c4, c3. There you go, the pawn is falling, and yet it's still somehow balanced. Unbelievable stuff. Most likely white somehow can deliver Perpetual.
Yeah, incredible that it's still equal according to computer. Well, it looks like black has already 2 pawns now. I mean, it's incredible.
This game has the potential to continue for quite a while, so I don't think we are going to see like immediate finish of the game, like within 1 minute or so. Every single move, the players get 5 seconds, and Fedoseev is definitely going to push it until the very end. He can make a lot of easy moves.
And there was no check, so queen had to go to c4 again, blocking the c pawn. Rook d6, now again this rook d4 idea is there, but the pawn on a6 is also hanging. So what do you do? Queen c2, again targeting the rook on f5. Can rook actually move? No, rook e6 check first.
I think what we're seeing here is the true Grandmaster grind at the highest level, slowly but carefully, even from a position where it feels that normally black would just agree to a draw. Fedoseev keeps creating chances, and with every single passing move here, white's position is looking more and more perilous.
Yeah, definitely. And there are suddenly 2 pawns on the queen side. The A pawn and C pawn are being ready to promote it. But of course, big issue of black, how to take the pawn on f4, not losing another pawn. Now queen c4 check. And now king goes all the way.
The king goes the other side.
Oh my God.
Pretty incredible. I mean, he can already take on f4 if he wants and then play rook f5 back. But the A pawn is going to be pretty difficult to move forward because imagine this. He wins the f pawn for the C pawn. The king is never going to be able to hide in front of the king. So that's why Fedoseev wants to keep the pawn on c5 alive. He wants to take the pawn on f4, but keep the pawn on c5.
Yeah, now there are different checks from the h file where the queen goes to h1. Now king goes back to g7. Will we see queen b7 repetition? Queen b7 is on the board. Rook, and now queen can take on a6, but in exchange for f4 pawn, would not be enough.
Is it possible here Fedoseev missed this long diagonal checks? I mean, obviously the position still somehow is level, but now he has major problems to avoid the perpetual check. These long diagonal checks, very difficult to cover from.
Yeah, maybe then he has to run with the king back to the queen side and try to hide there. But yeah, looks like there will be always checks on the 6th rank and also on the G and H file. So now queen goes to c6, checking the king. Now king should go to e7.
King e7, again, long diagonal checks. The king has no good way to find a shelter. I mean, when white gives a check on h1 and g2, you need to somehow cover from the checks with the rook and at the same time not to blunder the rook on f5.
We see also in the background a lot of people watching the game. Queen b7, another check. I think Vladimir understood he cannot escape. Look how many spectators are watching the game.
Yeah, it's really difficult because if he carries the king somewhere here, you cannot cover with this rook. So maybe with a king on g8, you can play rook g7. But again, you need to make sure this rook on f5 is not going to be hanging. So he's trying to figure out what's the perfect setup I want to accomplish.
Yeah, and he's trying his best, but queen a8 is coming again with a check. Queen b7, another repetition. Where will king go? I think there has been already 2-fold repetition.
Can you play king d6, king d5? At
King
least not
b6,
give the check on c6?
But it's a check on a6, queen takes on a6.
Maybe there's no choice already.
Maybe there is not a choice, but...
Queen c6 already should be a threefold repetition. It's pretty close. Is Aravindh checking, trying to recall? Is this a threefold repetition? They don't have the notes, remember.
They don't have the notes, but I think he has a feeling. The position has been repeated, but you never know.
You got to play rook h5.
Rook h5 and then queen e6.
You got to do it, and
Queen
he does
e6.
it. He does it. Here we go again. The counter is off. We started again from the scratch. Queen e6, king g7.
And now queen takes on a6. Will it be played? Will he take a pawn or not?
Aravindh is thinking, I can give you a check here and repeat the position right here with queen g4. And he does it. He doesn't take the pawn.
Doesn't take it. Now check. Now another check, queen coming to e6, forcing king g7, and there is going to be a 3-fold repetition. Agreement to a draw. Finally, what a game.
What a game, what a game. Really, really two great fighters in the very first round of the game. Did not really disappoint. Aravindh had a fantastic position. Fedoseev fought back at the critical phase of the game, and still the Indian Super Grandmaster was defending very carefully. You can see the players at least are in positive spirits.
Definitely, and it's time for us to check the result of round number 1 in the Rapid. We can see that Frederick Svane won against Radoslav Wojtaszek, while there was a draw in 2 other games, Volodar Murzin against Alex Salem, and the game we've just witnessed, Aravindh against Vladimir Fedoseev. In the challengers, we had 2 draws. Actually, David Navarro's game finished in a draw against Daniel Darda. Meanwhile, Makun drew against Aram Hakobian, and Nicolas Theodor managed to find a nice tactic against Rinat Jumabayev and win.
Yeah, the action is only heating up, ladies and gentlemen, because this is day 2 of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival, the day when we are seeing the very first event of the Grandmaster Triathlon, both in Masters and Challengers, the Rapid tournament. Yesterday they played the Chess 960 tournament. Today they're playing the Rapid. We are going to follow the action from round 2, but we are going to go for a very short break, and please come back in a few minutes to follow the action live here from Biel. We're coming back live from the 58th International Biel Chess Festival here from the bilingual city of Biel, and the round 2 of the GMT Rapid Tournament is about to start. And here you see, here are the pairings. The round is officially starting. Aravindh is going to take on Frederick Svane, as you can see in the background. Vladimir Fedoseev played his crazy long game in the previous round. Now he's facing the world rapid champion, Valdar Merzin. And Sicilian is going to take on Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Well, in the challengers, Nicholas Theodore with white pieces will challenge David Navarre. Rina Jumabaya will face Makun, and Aram Hakobian will play against Daniel Darda. What an exciting matchups. And in the background, we can see Aravindh and Frederick Swan. And here is a bird's eye view to check out what are the openings. I see a bunch of d4s on the board in the top left corner, in the top middle. I see also on the bottom left corner another d4.
Oh, I love it. I mean, I see immediately a lot of action. Yeah, so Alexalem's game on the top right corner is a very sharp Nimzo with f3. Here he's playing against Radoslav Wojtaszek. That's the game I want to check. Then I'm seeing also Nicholas Theodore opposition, which basically is a deja vu of the previous round game, Aravindh against Fedoseev. That's the game on the lower left corner. Aram Hakobian against Daniel Darda already has managed to sacrifice the pawn in the first move, so there's plenty of action.
Definitely a lot of action. I would suggest actually to go to the game of Saleh Salem against Radoslav Wojtaszek, because I really love this fighting position, these imbalances, and we can actually start from the beginning just to explain what happened in this game.
All right, let's go. So d4 was played, knight of 6, c4, e6, and knight c3. The Nimzo continuation here with knight c3. White wants to play e4, very fighting continuation. I think perfectly suits the Emirati Grandmaster. Black plays bishop b4, a3. By the way, this move is pretty weird normally. You would think so, because after a3, bishop takes on c3 and b takes on c3. Now you're wondering, why did I play a3 in the first place? Because black takes on c3 anyway. But that's the modern trend right now. White is thinking about grabbing the center with f3, e4. And by the way, this was one of the huge topics of one of the previous World Championship matches, Dingler ran against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And we also have, of course, as white, many different other ideas, but c5 is played and f3 is mentioned, immediately grabbing a space and taking control over the e4 square. In the next move, looks like e4 should be played, and it was played. And now we have cis imbalances. There is a bishop pair for white. Meanwhile, there is a problem with the pawn structure, since c4 and c3 are getting double pawns, and c4 will be potentially a weakness.
Yeah, indeed. So both players are perfectly happy. So when we look at the position, white has a center. White has the bishop pair. But as you said, Angelika, the pawn on c4 is weak. So who is right? I suppose we are going to see in the longer run. And also Wojtaszek is a well-known opening specialist in opening theory. So now he immediately plays knight a5, hinting at c takes on d4, c takes on d4, and win a pawn on c4. But actually, white is quite happy in many lines to give up this pawn, so he doesn't really have to defend it. So according at least to Stockfish, I've seen some very similar lines from this opening. White can play bishop d3 and just ignore the pawn and play for the long-term compensation.
Definitely, and since there is also no knight on f6, suddenly castling short for black will be already at some moment an issue, because the attack can get started very quickly on the king's side. And for that reason, we can see all pieces of black are located on the queen side, and black is not castling yet. b6 and bishop a6 is the idea to go for a pawn on c4. And sometimes there could be ideas of playing queen e2, but there is always knight b3 jumping forward. And we see b6 apparently is not the most precise move in this position.
That's strange. That's, to be honest, really strange to me. I mean, I was looking that definitely that's the move I would consider here. It begs the question, why not immediately play c takes on d4, c takes on d4, and knight takes on c4? Because seemingly there's nothing terribly wrong.
Rook c1, d5, and after take, queen e2.
Yeah, the king is in trouble. That's right. So that's why you're going to play d5. But after rook c1, I mean, you can still play b5. hold on to the pawn, and then white still goes for this kingside attack and ignores that he has lost the pawn on the queen side. But either way, Wojciech played it pretty quickly, so even though the engine says it's a mistake, I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely he does. And we see Saleh Salem is taking time right now in the position. And actually looking at the Radoslav time consumption, it looks like he's in the prep. So it means he was expecting this sharp choice from the Emirati number 1. And it's actually pretty interesting because probably it's not the first thing what you're checking, but maybe he was preparing against many different things. And as we know, Radoslav Wojciech has been on the team of Gukash during the World Championship match and definitely was helping with the opening. So for that reason, he has probably quite some opening in his in the back of his head.
And he was also working with Anand,
yes,
of course, so he was his second for many, many years. So that's why he definitely knows quite a bit about this position. And here, Saleh spent a bit of time to familiarize with this position. He immediately played the short castle. And he says, listen, I already was ready to give it a pawn on c4. You put the bishop on a6, fine, whatever. So I'm going to go for this kingside attack. And I think that after, Angel marks for some reason as a missed opportunity, but after bishop a6, I would say, is it some knight h5 or f4, f5? Clearly, white's attention is going to go to the king side.
I'm just wondering if d5 was a move in this position, not to allow take on d4.
Yeah, but maybe d5 also enables knight e5, so it's really tough to say. So this is again a low-level engine evaluation here, so we're not going to really focus on it too much. Apparently, according to the engine, white could have done something slightly better, but still, short castle looks perfectly reasonable to me.
Absolutely, getting all this development, but now big question for us all. Will he play bishop a6 targeting the pawn on c4, or is he going to do something? Because actually the king for now is stuck on e7, and that's a big question. You cannot castle long, it cannot castle short. I mean, it legally can castle short, but I would be really scared for the king on the king side.
You know, that's actually a very good point you brought up, Angelika, about the castling of the king, because maybe part of Wojciech's prep is not to win the pawn on c4. Maybe he wants to castle the long side. So let me just show you some idea. Let's say I'm playing bishop a6, and let me just make some random move like queen e2. I could play h6 or f6 for that matter, and after bishop e3, I can castle the long side. And suddenly the king feels quite safe at the queen side because black decided not to take the pawn on c4, and because he has two binary pieces on a5 and a6, this means that this a pawn is not able to go forward, and white is focusing a lot of his forces at the king side where the king is simply not there. So I think you're onto something here. So the opportunity for black to castle the long side, it looks very serious idea.
Yeah, definitely with this h6 move, kicking back the bishop. So probably Radoslav is trying to figure that out. And meanwhile, we can see Saleh Salem is also, and h6 has been played instantly, probably with the same idea, right? After that, going with the bishop to a6, but changing the move order a bit, just to be more precise, asking the question to a bishop, where do you want to go? Do you go to e3? I guess it's the most logical, right?
Yeah, it's smart. It's really smart. And I think also with h6, he says, I'm not going to castle short. So why is this? Because after h6 in the chess term language, in chess language, we call it as a hook. Like, let's say white plays bishop e3 and black plays a short castle. Now, why did you play h6? Why do you create weakness, something that white can target? So white could be thinking about most like knight h5, queen e1, queen g3, possibly even at some moments to play queen e2 and bishop takes on h6. And that's why I think here both players are in the agreement. Black's going to play the long castle, most likely. What do I do now? So Saleh has to do something.
Arturs, let's let Saleh Salem to think for a bit. Well, we have a turnaround in the game of Aram Hakaban against David Navarre. The bottom right corner. I can see there is, as you mentioned, there was a pawn sacrifice early on, but something is going on there, and I would like to check it out.
Yeah, also there's a lot of action in Frederick Spane's game. Aram Hakobian is still down a pawn but enjoying a very good compensation. I think we could go to Hakobian's game.
Let's do it.
And it seems that black already has made a mistake. I'm going to show you very quickly from the very first moves how do you get this exciting position against a very strong Grandmaster. So it was d4, d5, c4, queen's gambit accepted. Pretty fighting repertoire. e4, very principled choice. Black played e5, knight f3, e takes on d4, bishop c4. Not really bore you with details. All of this is pretty well documented already, and white is sacrificing the pawn to accelerate his development. He's thinking about queen b3, short castle, sometimes even white plays knight e5, just ignore the pawn on d4, and that's why here black doesn't really have the time to play c5. So he played knight c6, queen b3, attacking the pawn, bishop b4 check is the main theory, knight e2, queen e7, short castle, and here's something happened. Here black played bishop takes on d2, which perhaps is not the main move. You have to forgive me, I don't really know this line so well.
Yeah, but it looks very interesting. Giving up a bishop for a knight so early. I'm wondering what could be an idea. Okay, first of all, the pawn on e4 is hanging, but it cannot be taken by the queen due to the pin. And knight f6 targeting the pawn on e4. Do you think black wants to go so materialistic to take at some moment on e4? But look, so far everything is defended.
I think Daniel simply mixed up something. This is sometimes what happens. You mix up something, and I quite don't like his position visually. So he has the extra pawn on d4, but it just doesn't feel it's doing anything. And he just played knight e7. Let me roll back a couple of moves. There was this moment when he played knight e7. I think what he was afraid of, that after the short castle, there might be either e5 immediately or bishop g5. So bishop g5 coming with immediate threat of e5, and if black plays h6, the pin remains, e5 is a threat, and after g5, can white play knight g5? H takes on g5, bishop g5, can white play f4, e5, oh, even queen g3, queen h4. So you can perfectly understand why he did it.
Yeah, definitely the queen is coming to the action here, what a position. So for that reason, he is going for bishop takes d2, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so it seems that he simply mixed up some lines here, and bishop takes on d2 is not the opening theory here, but either way, it is what it is. And by the way, we just saw a couple of moves being played. Bishop takes on c6, knight takes on d4. Jacobi decided to be pragmatic, so he won the pawn, but now he has a very easy game. I just love it. Like f3, bishop c3, 2 pawns holding 3 at the queen side, and he simply has what we call a free roll, do whatever you want at the king side.
And look at the queen side of black. We have double pawns on the c file, c6 and c7. Both are weaknesses. a7 potentially also is a weak pawn. Too many pawn islands for black, which is going to make it pretty big suffering for black in the endgame especially. But of course, for now, big question, how to defend the pawn on c6. Should you push c5, or what do you do with the pawn? Maybe there is knight e5, but there could be...
Knight f5. I would be more afraid of knight f5, to be honest. I mean, knight f5 and queen g3. I think this is a more pressing problem than the pawn on c6. So, for example, if black plays c5, I'm really scared of knight f5, queen f6. Oh, there's even bishop c3. So the pawn on g7 is just falling. So that's the problem I would try to solve right now.
Yeah, definitely. I was wondering if knight e5 is working, defending on c6 and also stopping bishop f5, and that's what played. But now question is f4 possible, just kicking the bishop or the knight away? Or it's too much?
No, it's definitely a move. Like f4, e5 is a move, absolutely. Or maybe even a 4 to 5 idea. Maybe white can play something like rook c1 on bishop b4. There's many opportunities, but by the way, Jacobi immediately played queen g3 because the queen on b3 doesn't really do anything, and with the extra pawn on the king side, with the obstacle of bishop, I think he understands he has to go for some sort of a kingside attack here. By the way, also do not underestimate the obstacle of bishops. They're not really drawn positions. Obstacle of bishops very often, when you have a direct attack, it means it feels like an extra piece.
Yeah, absolutely, because your own bishop, for example, in this case, the bishop of black, which is light colored, is not going to be able to defend on those squares on which dark-colored bishop from white is going to attack. And now bishop goes all the way to c3, targeting the knight at some moment on e5. And knight f5 suddenly is in the air, because you don't really want to take on f5. Suddenly e5 square will be attacked too much.
Oh, I have an update. There's something really going on in David Navarra's game, so we could maybe first let's check the birds of view what's happening, but there is a major development of David Navarra's game against Nicolas Theodorou. So that's the lower left corner, apparently there was something missed, and I think we can immediately jump to this game. There's so much action happening. Also, the Frederick Spana game we want to check. And but let's go maybe now full screen to Niklas Theodorou and try to understand what's happening here and why Black's position, at least according to Relation Bar, is so dangerous.
Yeah, and it looks like the last move was a mistake according to computer, trying to figure out what is the problem. It was a trade of the bishop offered, and now suddenly knight f4 attacking the bishop. Is actually white up a pawn? No, it looks all even, but the e5 pawn is very strong.
What is going on? Why they're playing so quickly? I don't understand. Look at this. So this sequence was played incredibly quickly. So here Navarra has 10 minutes on the clock. So we saw the moves being blitzed out. And normally that's the pace of speed you see in a time scramble when the players are down in 10 seconds. I would like to go back a bit, like 5 moves, so that we have some context. We understand what was happening here. We are not going to go as far as the opening phase. So let me see, which moment is it? About here. Yeah, I know it looks pretty weird position. But after knight b6, e4, bishop e6, knight e2, bishop a3. Bishop a3 was a blunder because the bishop on c5 is not hit. White is threatening to play knight f4, and this started a forced sequence. Look at this. Bishop takes on a3, knight f4. The bishop loses support. And I think David, simply from afar, he missed this queen move. So the queen on f2 hits the knight on b6. Oh. The knight on b6 in return defends the pawn on d5. And if you play knight e7, there's all kinds of problems for black.
Oh no, and then pawn would be missed. So for that reason, d4 had to be played. But now question is, queen takes on d4, and he's capturing the pawn as we speak.
I mean, there's many opportunities here. So I see knight takes on e6, bishop h3 is the move. I see queen d4, queen b6, queen d6 ideas. This is going completely wrong from the Czech Grandmaster.
I think he already played it. Yeah, queen takes on d4 is on the board. And now c5 attacking the queen. Now queen has to go back, but currently black is actually down the pawn. Although we can argue in this position because white's pawn are doubled on the e-file, but there are still very strong protected passers, and now suddenly there are 2.
Oh, it's over. It's over. This game is over. Like, I think it's purely nerves. This has nothing to do with chess right now. So here, black just plays d7, rook d8. Black plays e5, e6. These pawns are unstoppable. And by the way, also, as you can see, Navarra played it so quickly, he just wants to get done with this game, right? So he was so unhappy that he missed his bishop takes on a3 that he's playing these moves. Okay, listen, I just want to finish this game as quickly as possible. So clearly a game that David wants to forget. There you go, d7, rook d8 played immediately here. I don't think this game is going to continue for long.
Yeah, it for sure will not continue. Now d7 is super strong, protected pawn. Rook d8 immediately played by David, trying to stop the pawn. And probably looks like the rook d1 defending the pawn, just e5, e6, and coming forward with another pawn is going to seal the deal in this position. Although there could be immediate e5, because if
e5 just wins the game on the spot. e5, knight takes on d7 and rook d1. Let me just put it on the board. e5, knight d7, rook d1. That's it. The white just wins the extra piece. The knight on d7 is pinned, and there's nothing that black can do. By the way, if you go back a couple of moves, perhaps I mentioned it very quickly, this bishop h3 idea, which we didn't really cover in detail. The point is, queen takes on h3 cannot be done. This is why you have to study the puzzles. This is a very common motive. Queen f7, queen f8 would be a mate on the board. And by the way, the game is finished.
The game is finished. We have a resignation right now. And yeah, what a game by Nicholas Theodorou.
Strange moments are happening here, but let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. All the other games are more or less balanced, at least from the Relation Bar. We can see Aram Jacobian on the lower right corner is having a commanding lead against Daniel Darda. That's the game we discussed before. Also on the top right corner, Select Slalom against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Wojtaszek decided not to castle long, but if I'm seeing correctly, there's a pawn on f6.
The pawn is all the way on f6 is something what I would like actually to zoom in and see what has changed since last time we checked the position, because I would not expect the pawn would be from f3 suddenly to f6. Yeah, last time I remember it was on f3.
I'm just curious. I want to figure it out. How it's possible that from that previous game, you get the pawn on f6, that Wojtaszek decided to win the pawn on c4. I want to see this. So
Yeah,
we're going to scroll back a couple of
little
moves.
bit. Yeah,
All right.
h6. Here we were talking about where does the bishop go, and we were actually telling bishop f3 looks practically logical, but bishop goes all the way to c1.
And here, white goes for this typical idea of f4. Definitely, Saleh has done some proper coaching. Because some very famous games from the Nimzo, giving up the pawn on c4, feature this idea to play f4, f5. So
And maybe one more time highlighting the bishop on c1 was played in order to sacrifice the pawn on c4 so that the bishop is not being targeted, because if bishop was on e3, the knight takes on c4 would come with a tempo.
Right, so here, instead of bishop c1 and bishop e3, this would enable knight c4, and the knight on c4 hits the bishop on e3. That's absolutely correct. So here, black did play bishop takes on c4, which asked the question, why not the long castle? Pretty risky choice, if you ask me. So takes, f5, and now that's actually the problem. So the king cannot easily castle the short side. You have the hook on h6, we discussed this before. If you castle the long side, you didn't really need to take the pawn on c4. So that's why here, a couple of moves later, black was trying to consolidate the position with e5. f6, very nice pawn sack to enable the 5 square for the knight. g6, a4, and c takes on d4. This is what's happening right now.
This is the current position, and as I can see, black's king is stuck in the center for some time, because castling short will just drop a pawn on h6 and enable some huge attack, while castling long would bring the king on the c file, right? And you don't really want it because the c file is open, actually, fully open. Meanwhile, a5 move at the moment can also open the queen side even more. Actually, what to do with the king for black, I'm just wondering. But computer seems like enjoy the position of black.
I don't know.
Too materialistic,
I don't buy
right?
this. I don't fully buy this. I think that here Wojtaszek is definitely fighting for more, and I think that both players are perfectly happy with this. And I really love this move, knight e2, because it strictly follows one of my favorite rules. When you are not quite sure what to do, you could always improve the pieces. And this knight on e2 is heading to f4, potentially d5. So the knight on d5 is within the striking distance against the black king. So I'm pretty sure that black's going to play queen c5, pin the pawn on d4, and then look for the right moment to castle. But where? I mean, none of the sides look particularly safe.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look safe at all. But for now, pawn on e4 is stopping any kind of attack against the king. So for now, king is slightly safe on e8. But in the next future, I mean, in the nearest future, there will be an attack ongoing. And again, your idea of knight f4, knight e5, how are you going to stop it?
Yeah, queen c5 is played, and one thing which is pretty clear from this position is that the Emirati Grandmaster does not want to trade queens. If he does it, he doesn't have any attacking chances, and the black king can even remain in the center. So that's why here, white has a question. Does he take the pawn on d4? Well, this creates a pin. Or instead, he makes a knight f4 move here. For example, ignore the pawn on d4. But if you play knight takes on d4, this means now this knight is going to require forever to get to the d5 square.
Definitely, and there's going to be a pin, but he's actually going for it. Knight takes d4. Now the knight is pinned to a king, so first he will have to play king h1 in order to remove the knight from the d4 square. And of course, there are also many advantages. For example, the pawn on d6 suddenly is becoming more weak. Later, you will be able to bring the knight to b5. Knight e5. Will we see king h1? It looks like the most logical move.
But I noticed the sitting stance of Saleh. Do you notice how he is sitting, right?
No, not really.
Very, very interesting, yeah?
Oh.
Yeah, very, very interesting way. So that's his favorite pose at the chessboard, apparently. And yeah, knight e5 was played. King h1 immediately removes the king from the pin. It doesn't really answer the question where the king is going to go for black. There you can go. Yeah, he's sitting essentially on the legs. Yeah, we can zoom in.
Oh.
Yeah, a bit unusual. So the question is, how does White continue with the initiative? It's really difficult to come up with something concrete. Does he play bishop f4, rook c1? I think it makes perfect sense. You want to bring every single piece in the action, so the rook at a1 doesn't do anything. Sometimes you have ideas like the rook lift from the queen side. So I'm thinking like, okay, the traditional idea, rook h3 doesn't work. But can I play rook b1? I really love this move, like rook b1, rook b5, rook d5, and I'm seeing all kind of interesting ideas here.
Just entering with a rook on the fifth file and sacrificing. Yeah, definitely that's one of the ideas, especially when your king is safe and black. And actually, finally, Radoslav is going for the long castle, and a5 instantly is being played, trying to exploit that pawn structure. And I think one of the main points is that taking with a knight would not be a good idea because of bishop e3 probably, or bishop e d2. No, bishop d2 is not really working.
Yeah, I am, to be honest, surprised that Radoslav went the long side, but yeah, the king side also was looking pretty scary. And this a5 is a very easy pawn sacrifice. I'm pretty sure that Saleh was not even spending any minute of thought here, because he needs to open the files, you need to open the diagonals. This is where the king is. The material balance doesn't really matter, and that's why Wojciech was also not grabbing the pawn on a5. First and foremost, he needs to secure the king. And by the way, king b7 is a great idea, because here, after 8x on b6, 8x on b6, he can take over the a5 with rook a8. This is not fight for the material balance, it's the fight for the initiative.
Yeah, definitely it is, but also big question, is there any a6 move, just getting this pawn all the way to a6? It would close the position on the queen side, but it would weaken some of the light squares for black, and maybe potentially there could be still attack against the black's king. Well, as you were mentioning, taking on b6, even though it's opening the files, it maybe is not actually contributing to white's position that much due to the rook coming to a8.
All right, I mean, this is definitely a big action, and we want to follow it, but maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view and see if we're missing any other action from some other games. So there's something exciting happening in all of them, and the game that catches my attention is also Rinat Jumabayev's game against Makun. That's the lower middle board, because here Jumabayev has something really nice. He has an extra pawn and a bishop pair.
Yes, and there is a rook on a3, also very interesting for Makun. But as I can see, the computer prefers definitely Rinat Jumabayev here due to this material advantage and the bishop pair. I just love these two bishops in the position, and also actually rook is now under attack on b8. So how are you going to proceed?
Rook c8 is played?
Ooh.
No, it's not.
No, it's not played. It was a just Jadoub.
All right, so here black has not yet made a move, and we can definitely see it on the screen because black is thinking. The position looks pretty terrible for the Chinese Grandmaster. And by the way, Jumabayev was yesterday in a great shape, despite the fact that he is seemingly the lowest rated player of the Challengers tournament. He won the last year's edition. I will also never ever forget how he defeated Fabiano Caruana in one of the previous World Cup matches, which made the news all around the globe. So his rating, 25-46, that doesn't really reflect his strength.
Definitely, I agree. Rinat can deliver quite some upsets. The previous round, he actually lost to Nicolas, but it was due to one big blunder. He was holding so great the whole game, but there was a blunder played. But in this game against Makun, he's actually in the driver's seat, having a bishop pair, an extra pawn. Actually, what else do you need for converting this position for a win? What could be a plan for black to try to keep in the game?
Yeah, it just looks like white has all the time to figure out. He has the bishop pair, he has the pawn, and 4 minutes against 1 minute. So Makun is trying to hold on. I think this rook e8 idea comes with an idea to push e5. So let's maybe once again go back to the bird's eye view and see if something else is happening in the other games. The game, I'm really curious how Saleh Salem is proceeding against Radoslav Wojtaszek. There, by the way, is a major change, as you can see on the top right corner. The Polish Grandmaster has won the pawn on e4, but maybe we're seeing something else as well?
Also on the top left corner, the game of Aravindh against Frederick Swane. I see the pawn on b6, the pawn on b5, and king is actually on f7. Very also strange position. But Arturs, I think it's your call. Where do we go now? Should we check the game of Saleh Salem against Radoslav Wojtaszek, or will it be Aravindh against Frederick?
Yeah, I would like to go back. I would like to go back to Saleh Salem because that's also one of the most exciting games from the Chess 960. We included this in the recap. So it was first Saleh Salem against Radoslav Wojtaszek, round 1, and then there's also the game of Nicolas Theodorov against Daniel Darda, round 5. In case you missed it, go check it out. The video is posted on YouTube. But here it seems that black is, queen x on d6 is on the board. Look at that.
Ooh, what is happening? So now that's such a nice tactics. You cannot take on d6. Let's make it on the board. Because after knight takes d6, suddenly knight d6, there is a fork. So watch out for the knights. Watch out for the forks.
How is this not a double exclam move? I don't understand it. So white sacrifices a queen for seemingly nothing. Of course, there's a fork threatening after that, but I think it definitely deserves a double exclam move, even for the looks. And at the moment, white is down a pawn, but he has the initiative, doesn't he?
I suggest you just make a double exclam move. Can you do it? There is also the option here on chess.com where you can do the double exclam move. I think it's on the right side.
I have even no idea how to do that. That's probably somewhere.
Yeah, here, there are images, yes, and you can choose double exclam, yes. Let's put it, yeah.
There you go, fixed.
Because
fixed.
I agree, I fully.
Sorry. All right, there you go. Double exclam move. I think it really deserves, and also it enables all kinds of ideas like queen c7 check, this king is under attack. But by the way, looking at the bar is not impressed and says that the Polish Grandmaster has been leading a very good defense. And clockwise, White's in trouble. So White is below 1 minute on the clock, and Wojtaszek has slightly more.
Yeah, and looking at this position, I mean, I would say I would prefer White's position here because Black's king is simply open. As you were mentioning, queen c7 is in the position, and then after king a6, maybe suddenly rook can join an attack. But what is a plan from Black? What doesn't make position so great? Is it just the pawn, or is there any other plan from Black?
Also, by the way, do not forget that White at some point can take the pawn on h6. All right, anyway, there's a lot of action happening, but there's a major action happening in the Vladimir Fedoseev against Volodar Murzin. That's the game we are switching right now because at this moment, we didn't really see it on the screen. There was a sacrifice. Look at this. So here, after rook takes on c7, Fedoseev decided to sacrifice the piece. And the engine says it's a mistake.
But it looks very interesting sacrifice. Let's try to understand what was his idea. Definitely after king takes on f7, there should be knight e5. And he's not taking the knight. He's going for the bishop g2.
Hold on.
Wait
Hold on. What's wrong with king takes on f7? What's the big idea? What I'm blundering here?
Knight e5.
Oh, check. No, Angelique.
Oh, queen f4, and there is a fork on the double attack on the rook and the king. What a move. So that's why bishop takes on g2, but apparently not the best move.
Apparently, yeah, this indeed was the missed opportunity, and Black had to play bishop b4.
Bishop b4. But
And the idea after knight x on b4, 8x on b4, Black ignores the knight on f7. This enables Black a very strong pawn on b4. Well, I gotta confess, Angelica, bishop b4 is something I'm not even thinking about. So I'm thinking either I take the knight on f7, it enables the check on f4. Okay, I cannot do that. But bishop takes on g4 is a very human move here by the world rapid champion. Also create threats on your own. Knight e5, by the way, responded very quickly here by Fedoseev, but I was wondering, is there also a sacrifice on h6? But Fedoseev decided not to do it.
Yeah, definitely not, but he is going with the knight back. Maybe there was another knight coming back possible, but now the huge threat from Volodar Murzin is queen g2 checkmate. And of course, there are a few ways to stop it, but one of them probably just f4, maybe with a pawn.
Yeah, there's like several ways. You can play f4, you can play knight c6, you can play knight f4. I mean, knight f4 enables a pin with bishop g5, so I'm not really sure if that's any
or
good.
g5, so you have to be
even
really
g5.
careful.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to be really careful with that. So yeah, knight c6 or f4, right?
Yeah, but knight c6 gives away the pawn. Like, I'm not really sure I want to do that. Takes, and black, it seems that he's pressing for the win here.
Yeah, so basically then f4, the only
Play
play.
f3. f3, bishop takes on f3, and queen f4. No, knight c6
Knight
is played.
c6 is on the board, all right. So bishop take, is there queen f4 intermezzo? No, he takes immediately. And now queen e3, targeting the pawn on e6.
Yeah, so if somebody's here pressing, it's absolutely Merzen. So he enjoys an extra pawn for the moment. His position is feeling pretty safe. By the way, here we are seeing, again, the game in question. Select Salem is playing against Radoslav Wojtaszek. By the way, the position is pretty picturesque. Look at that.
Oh my God, what has happened?
So here, black enjoys an extra pawn. Salek is in a big time scramble. He has only 8 seconds on the clock. He's down a piece, and he blunders another piece. Did he blunder that? Maybe there was no choice already.
On f7, he's still trying to create a passer, but unfortunately there are too much material for black. And queen goes back to f5, offering a trade and targeting the pawn on f7.
I think he's going to do it. Yeah, this king is feeling surprisingly safe. And we also have to give a lot of credit for Wojtaszek because he was playing really cold-blooded defense the entire game. Look at this. I mean, he grabbed the pawn, he castled alongside.
Oh my God.
Played very accurate moves, and he just outcalculated him.
Yeah, absolutely. And now queen takes the pawn on f8, and now queen d5 getting one of the knights.
There's also queen c5. I think here black needs to be a bit careful not to blunder the rook somehow. I mean, queen c5 check, rook b1, king a6. To be honest, I don't see any moves. So, okay, king a6 is played anyway. Queen c6, rook f1. We call this mop-up. Finally, you have 2 pieces. You don't need both of them. So
Exactly. You just give up one of them and you just have enough. You have a knight, you have a pawn, and it looks like great position. And now he's not even taking, of course, he's not allowing. Queen c5 is on the board, defending the knight, and now rook a1. Yeah, the king is fully defended. What a game by the Polish Grandmaster.
this game is going to finish very shortly here. So here, of course, the Emiratic Grandmaster trying the final tricks because you can never gain any points by resigning early. Queen f1.
By the way, Arturs, there has been a result. Actually, Vladimir Fedoseev won against Volodar Murzin. I'm just shocked. I don't know what happened there, but this is a result. We have just seen the game. It looked like Volodar was pushing. I don't know which blunder happened there, but...
Okay, I suppose when all the games will be finished, we're going to check it very quickly. What was the critical moment there? But this game still continues, so Salek is not giving up. He's going to play it forever, as long as he can anyway. So b3 here, the b pawn is going forward. Black has so much extra material. I'm even afraid to count how much is it. I think it's +7, 2 knights and a pawn.
Yeah, definitely it is. And also king is in full safety. Although the rook right now is pinned on c4 to the king, but of course the b pawn is going to seal the deal and also exchange on c1 at some moment after pawn goes to b2.
Let's go bird's eye view. Let's go bird's eye view once again and see if we're missing something else, because I'm pretty sure this game is going to finish how I suspect it's going to finish. So what's the game that catches your eye?
Check out the bottom right corner. There is a game of Aram Hakobian against Daniel Darda. We have been checking this game, and it looks like there is an endgame with many pawns. So there are 3 pawns on the rook against bishop and the knight, which Darda is trying to defend. And the other game, which we still have ongoing, Srinat Jumabayev against Makun, looks like equalish position in the rook endgame.
How did he get there, by the way? Because we remember, and now it's agreed to a draw. He had this very nice position, 2 bishops, an extra pawn. The game just finished in a draw. And here we're following now the game of Hakobian against Daniel Darda. This is also the game where Darda mixed up something in the opening phase, like he played his bishop takes on d2 in the opening.
And we have a resignation on the boards. The game has just finished.
So all the games basically finished at the same time. So a lot of action happening simultaneously in all the games. So I think we can use this opportunity, by the way, to very quickly check what was happening in the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Volodar Murzin. I'm really curious what happened there. Because we left it, I think it was, I'm going to show you somewhere here.
Yes, it was here. Queen e3 was played, yes.
This is where we left it, and we thought,
Queen
okay,
e3, yeah.
definitely Murzin is playing for the win, right?
And what happened?
What happened was queen b3. Look at this.
Oh, takes rook e6. Oh,
There's going to be all kinds of discovered attacks.
What a nasty threat. And queen b4 was played. What?
Check here, rook c1, and white just go for a killing attack.
Oh, and there is queen g6 after
Look
king
at that.
h7 checkmate. Oh no.
Pretty amazing. I mean, things escalated very quickly. So this is what happens in the time scramble. So let's now check the current results of round 2 of the GMT Rapid Tournament. As you can see, Aravindh, by the way, took down Frederick Swane. Also, Vladimir Fedoseev scored unexpected victory from, we thought, a worse position against Volodar Murzin. And Select Salem lost against the tenacious defense of Radislav Wojtaszek. All the games in the Masters section were decisive.
Yeah, definitely. In the challengers, we have Nicolas Theodore winning against David Navarro, Rinat Jimabayev playing a draw against Makun, and Aram Hakoban scoring a nice victory against Daniel Darda. And here we see the standings of the Rapid Tournament. We see that Vladimir Fedoseev is currently having 3 points, together with Aravindh sharing first place. After them, just 1 point behind is Radoslav Wojtaszek together with Frederick Swane, and 1 point behind them is Saleh Salem together with Volodar Murzin. Meanwhile, in challengers, Nicolas Theodore is leading the field with 4 points, 1 point behind him, Aram Hakoban. With 2 points is Makun, and 3 players with 1 point, Rinat Jimabayev, Daniel Darda, and David Navarro. What a round 2 we had.
Yeah, it's still pretty open tournament in both events. As you can see, also Theodoro is fighting back after his disastrous start yesterday in the Chess 960 tournament. This is only round 2 and 3 more rounds are to go. So this is the 58th International Biel Chess Festival, day 2, the very first event of the GMT Triathlon. And we are going to be back shortly with round number 3 after the break. The temperature is rapidly rising here in Biel, Switzerland, but not because of the weather. I mean, outside is plus 28 degrees Celsius, but we are following the action here from the Biel Congress Center, where it's day 2 of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. The GMT Triathlon has officially kicked off with the very first event. 2 rounds already have been played out of 5, and here we can see these are the pairings for the next round.
Yeah, we have in the Masters Frederick Svane taking on Sicilian, the top Emirati Grandmaster, while Radoslav Wojtaszek, the Polish Grandmaster, is playing against Vladimir Fedoseev, the top seed of the event. Volodymyr Murzin, the rapid world champion, is facing Aravindh. And in challengers, we have David Navarro, who is going to have white pieces against Aram Hakobian, while Daniel Darde is trying his chances against Rinat Jumabayev, and Makun will have white pieces against Nicolas Teodoro, who is having so far a pretty great rapid tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Yesterday he had a pretty terrible start. He had half a point out of 5, and then he managed to fight back. And also, this is the very first tournament where the stakes are really high. Yesterday was pretty much a warm-up. The Chess 960 tournament served as a tiebreaker for the triathlon, but this is where every single victory for the players are going to give 2 points. So once again, victory gives 2 points, draw is 1 point, and losses here in the Biel Chess Festival, unfortunately, are not awarded with any points.
Yeah, and we see right now bird's eye view, and the first move are already on the board. We see there is a Queen's Gambit on the decline, by the way, on the top middle board. It's a game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Vladimir Fedoseev, if I'm not mistaken. And also there is another d4 on the game of Volodymyr Murzin against Aravindh on the top right corner.
Yeah, maybe let's just sit here for a minute, yeah, and try to understand what's going on, because that's the difference with the classical, classical rapid chess compared with chess 960. All the players have studied the opening prep. What I'm slightly surprised is to see the top left corner, where Frederick Svane is playing his game against Alexa Lem. That for the Emirati Grandmaster, it took quite some time to make the first moves, but finally they're incoming.
Yeah, we can see the move, and we can see that Sicilian is being played on that board. Is there anything interesting? By the way, what is this opening on the top right corner of Volodymyr Murzin against Aravindh? There has been some kind of first start as the London. Bishop on a 4.
Yeah, for this, of course, we have to thank Magnus Carlsen. So, yeah, the London, that's the opening that you either love, you hate it. So the London we saw coming to practice ever since Magnus Carlsen decided to play it at the highest level. Ever since, it has been studied very, very thoroughly. Also, the game that I noticed, which is a pretty popular theoretical trend, Angelika, that's the game on the right lower corner where the Chinese Grandmaster Makun is playing against Nicolas Teodoro. That's the Sicilian Rossolimo and the very trendy move E5, and this is something we're seeing at the highest chess more and more.
Oh, very interesting approach from that game. But what is happening actually on the middle board below? The game of Daniel Darde against Rinat Jumabayev looks like some kind of no, it's not Catalan. I mean, it is some King's Indian attack against I don't know what. What is this opening?
You mean Darda against Jumabayev? Yeah,
yes.
That looks like Sicilian Khan to me. This is something I could talk about hours because I wrote a course on it.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, White played the close Sicilian, and also close Sicilian, it's something that's coming back to popularity in the past years. And here, the game in question is that Darda can switch to either the open Sicilian with d4 or play d3. I think we're going to check the game, but I would suggest maybe first look at the game of Makun against Nicolas Teodoro, because that's the trend I would like to explain a bit, not to sit too long to it, but why this setup is so popular.
Of course, let's start maybe with the first moves, just to understand how it all went through the e4. Yeah, we have bishop f5.
Yeah, After bishop b5, this is the start of Sicilian Rossolimo. And by the way, the main move, of course, instead of bishop b5 is that white plays d4, but this leads to the Sicilian Sveshnikov. And the Sicilian Sveshnikov currently has a really fantastic reputation from the Blacks' perspective. We have Magnus Carlsen, we have Fabiano Caruana, pretty much all the world's best players that are playing the Sveshnikov from the Blacks' perspective, and that's why the Sicilian Rossolimo is one of the most testing continuations, try to break this solid defense. And Black played e5, and by the way, Angelika, I would like to immediately show why White cannot win the pawn on e5 immediately.
Is there queen d4 here?
Yeah, queen d4, exactly. So you hit the knight on e5 and the pawn on e4, and here White simply is worse. Like Black has a very nice, healthy position with two bishops. The queens are about to be traded, so that's why here Makun decided to play d3, d6, c3, and try to exploit the weakening of the d5 square, which probably is not really enough in the long run.
Yeah, definitely it is not so much, because ideally maybe you would like to have bishop on c4, which is targeting those squares, but in this case bishop is doing another function on b5, and yeah, this looks like some kind of stonewall in a way, yeah, because it's blocking all everything on the dark squares, not allowing d4 push, but at the same time weakening all the light squares.
Right. So here Black is thinking maybe knight e7, g6, bishop g7. This is a pretty famous setup. White is thinking about the d4 idea, push at some point, and yeah, this d5 square definitely helps Makun's chances to fight for the advantage. So pretty interesting moment here. Both players are spending some time, and while they're thinking about their choices, we are going to once again go back to the bird's eye view and see if something has changed for the past couple of minutes in all the remaining 5 games.
Yeah, definitely we have a lot of action. I see in the bottom left corner is David Navarre against Aram Hokaban. There has been some expansion on the king's and on the queen's side with a b4 and a4 pawns and bishop on v2. That's a pretty interesting position.
And Wojtaszek is top middle board. He's once again having some Kaspet structure. You see Kaspet once again is a recurring theme in this event, and Fedoseev already is employing it for the second time. In round 1 of the Rapid Tournament, he played it against Aravindh. He got in trouble, but he trusts his opening. He's playing it again.
Yeah, and we also have this on the top right corner, game of Volodar Murzin against Aravindh. As we were mentioning, it was London. Right, and the bishop is somewhat on somewhere on h4 right now. Very interesting.
Maybe we could go to the game of Daniel Darda against Rinat Jumabayev, because that's the game that caught your eye a bit previously, where the players started with the closed Sicilian, and now it transposed to the open Sicilian. So I'm going to roll back from the very beginning. So this is only move 9. We have plenty of time. So here we go.
So from closed Sicilian to open Sicilian, very interesting. How did it go? So knight g2, e2.
And this is really tricky. I mean, it initiates the idea to play g3, bishop g2, so that the bishop can control this long diagonal. a6, g3, b5, here, bishop b7. Apparently, Rinat enjoys the Sicilian Khan, which I'm very happy to see. Knight x on d4, knight c6, short castle, and knight e7. Yeah, this knight e7 also is a pretty common maneuver in these positions, because Black wants to take on d4, put the other knight on c6, and in case you're wondering, I mean, what is wrong with the normal move, knight f6, you just put the piece on the standard square. The thing is, you might have some problems with the move e5. You see, knight x on e5 creates a problem for the bishop on b7, Black cannot capture it, and this knight on f6 simply doesn't have any good squares to go.
Yeah, and you have to go back, which you don't really want. So for that reason, knight is not good on f6. But again, it would be ideal square, but not here. And bishop b3 looks like a great move, since the knight is not on f6, which would normally run into knight g4, attacking the bishop. So here bishop is feeling pretty safe on e3, defending the knight on d4. So in case of knight takes on d4, and the queen doesn't have to take, right? Because there would be knight c6. Or queen can take.
I think either way, black is going to play knight c6. So I think the difference here is that after bishop d4, knight c6, you don't want to give up the bishop because black just gets two bishops and you have to go back. So my money would be that white is going to take on d4 with the queen, because now after knight c6, you either play queen d2, and the queen on d2 stands better than on d1, or sometimes in very similar positions, white can play queen b6. And I'm not entirely sure if this is the case, and the bar says, of course, get out of here, this is not how you play it, but sometimes here, white can generate immediate some activity at the d file with rook d1, double the rooks, but probably not here. Yeah, so queen e2.
Yeah, but definitely it's good to know that such idea exists, and for that reason we are good here, right, to throw in some ideas and see if they're working or not. It's not our game, right? And
no, it's not really our game, so we can show all kinds of fancy stuff and we don't have to execute it, and the players, they're playing themselves and they have to make this decision. As they say, I like to sacrifice material for the games I commentate just because I may not play the game.
Yeah, definitely. What do you think, Arturs? Maybe let's take a look at the game of Vladar Murzing at that London against Aravindh. I'm just very interested how the game evolved, because it looks like there is already some pawn on e5 and the pawn structure changed dramatically.
Let's go. Oh, wow. Good call.
Crazy position. What has happened? And there is no London bishop in the position.
How is this position even legal? I don't understand, because black's king is pretty weak, and black is down a pawn, and yet according to our dearest Stockfish, it says that this is somehow perfectly playable. Well, welcome to the modern chess, essentially, ladies and gentlemen. So it's not really a secret that all the best grandmasters in the world, they're using engines for the prep, and it looks like this is definitely some sort of a prep. But how did they get here?
Yeah, it's a huge question, because I'm just wondering for which piece bishop was traded. Okay, so...
this was the London.
So
I would have never guessed. I would have never guessed that you can get there from the London.
Yeah, now bishop g5 probably was played.
Yeah, bishop g5, bishop h4. By the way, this knight h5 idea, we're not going to sit here for too long, but this maneuver, knight h5, is very common because black wants to get the bishop pair. And the bishop pair is one of the absolute favorite, the so-called minimal advantages at the competitive chess. Why? Because practice has proven that in the long run, most of the positions, they tend to open up. And when the position opens up, the strength of the bishop increases. So that's why, of course, black is attempting to win the bishop, and white says, no, sir, it's not going to happen. So let me first play bishop g5 and bishop h4. And here, it seems that black did push at some point.
g5?
g5.
Ooh, g5 is on the board. The idea is right now to trade the knight for the bishop, because after knight g1 move, yeah, maybe let's highlight this move because it's also very interesting. You're putting your knight from f3 on the square where it was defended. You're going back to g1, but you're opening out the way to the bishop, targeting the knight on h5. And the only way to protect it would be to play g6. So it's kind of provoking g5.
This has to be prep. Like, I don't think this randomly happened, because if I'm playing Angelica from the black's perspective, I'm seeing bishop e2, I'm registering that you're about to hit my knight on h5. Okay, knight g1 is a bit odd move, but pretty sure this was not happening randomly, and g5, at least the idea for Aravindh must have been known, but yeah, I mean, white is up a pawn after all.
Another strike, yeah? And
right.
Here we have the position, so knight e2 and pawn takes on d4, and actually big question what to do now and with which piece to take, or to take at all. I mean, of course, take has to be done. The problem is the king is getting open, right?
Yeah. I mean, I see immediately three options. I see I can take with the pawn, which seems the safer move. I see I can take with the knight, which exposes the king. Maybe, you know, I can sack the pawn to finish my development. Maybe I can play a short castle, so I wouldn't really rule it out. But let's say you play, I don't know, what do you take? Let's say knight e4, take stakes. Most likely black is going to somehow either going to try to expose your weakened king or play queen b6. hitting the pawn on b2, the pawn on d4, and I don't think that white can really spend so much time lingering with the king in the center, so my gut feeling says you have to run away, and this means black will be able to restore the material balance.
Definitely, and also queen e6 check is another threat, so basically too many threats in this position, and probably white will have to give back the pawn to black, but what you cannot give back is a bishop pair, because bishop pair is something what black right now has in exchange for that pawn sacrifice and actually better development. So we have actually this on the board. Will we see queen b6 right now? No, bishop f6 is played targeting the d4 pawn and offering queen e7 check targeting the king. How do you actually defend? Is there knight b3 which has to be played?
I mean, I immediately, Angelika, I recall some games I have seen before, but I think they were from obstacle bishops. I don't immediately recall who was it. I think one of the players was Gata Kamsky, by the way, who was a frequent guest of the Biel Chess Festival, also the winner of the 2021 edition. And somehow it immediately rings a bell that these positions, even though black has the bishop pair, black might have some problems in the long run if white builds up the battery. Like white puts the bishop on d3. Again, I'm just really fast-forwarding here, but let's say the bishop goes on c2 or b1, queen takes on d3, and in the long run, especially in obstacle a bishop's position, it's not really so obvious. So that's why here, by the way, the bar says the position is balanced, but I think we still are about to see a lot of action here.
Definitely, the game is for 3 results here. The question is if black is going to be able to stabilize the position of the king side or not, because probably if you bring the bishop at the moment to f5, you will be able to defend, because if you have both of the bishops, you are defending on all squares, dark and light, so that's kind of a privilege in the position. And we see knight b3 on the board defending the pawn. And it actually allows some checks in the position.
Wait.
Queen e7?
Wait. I think this is very fishy. Yeah, you say queen e7, but queen e7, queen e2. Your idea is to play queen before
yes,
check.
queen before.
You know, I noticed actually something more spicy. Yeah, so queen e7, by the way, is played probably a great move. But I noticed, by the way, can you play g4?
Ooh, and what happens to the bishop to h5? Suddenly it's...
Yeah, so I was thinking there might be queen e8 check. And your king probably has to move under an f-file. So I immediately spot some bishop h4 ideas. And after bishop p2, I saw there could be bishop g4, f3. I saw there could be bishop h4. And immediately I start to see some ghosts. So by the way, also the bar immediately confirms that all of this is very interesting. Like g3, bishop takes on f3. There's a lot of tactics. But again, none of this is really relevant, probably because queen e7 is played. And the exclamation mark from Stockfish, thumbs up, it's a great move.
But actually maybe rook e8 would be even stronger in that position. I mean, g4, bishop g4, and rook e8.
So you're talking about here, g4,
yes,
bishop
yes.
g4, and rook e8.
Because now, okay, suddenly something is wrong, but my idea is that after bishop e2 there is...
yeah, maybe it's the same idea.
Or it's similar idea, but yeah, no. But okay, definitely let's go back to the action. Queen e7 was checked, now queen e2, and now queen b4, targeting the king and the pawn on d4. Queen d2, now there is already possibility for repetition in the position, but I don't think that Aravindh is going to go for it, although he's repeating once.
Draw? Are you okay for a draw? Queen e2, queen b4, queen e2, queen e7. So here, Aravindh is testing what are the intentions of the opponent. We are going to see, but let's maybe go back once again to the bird's eye view and see if we are missing any action from some other games.
And definitely we see on the top middle board Radoslav Wojtaszek against Vladimir Fedoseev. What is happening there? It looks like a very complex position. Bishop is on c4. There is a bishop pair for white. What is going on?
Looks pretty great for white, I think. So white has the bishop pair.
Is there anything else which catches our eye? Actually, look at the bottom left corner, the game of David Navarro against Aram Hokabian. I see the 4 pawns in the center, e4, e5, d4, d5. What is happening there? A lot of tension in the position as well
Yeah, let's go there.
David Navarra.
Let's go there. Like, there's a lot of conflict happening in the centers. So 4 pawns have met each other, and it's not really out of stubbornness that none of the players are taking other pawns. It's about who is going to get some privileges. So a couple of moves ago, I think what happened is, where was it? Let me just find a moment. White played d4, but I just couldn't find a moment. It's been
It was last move. It was last move.
the last move.
It was just played. So there was b5 played after d5.
Right. So black played e5. This is against some Italian game. Knight h5, b5. Whoa.
Ignoring the threat of taking the knight, introducing knight d3 in the position. And David doesn't take the knight on c6, and he pushes this d4 himself.
Look at that. Look at that. Does it even work? Actually, why don't you take it? It looks very, very tempting to me, unless there's something. Oh, there might be some rook g6 ideas. It's actually not knight x and d3. Watch this out. There might be mate.
Wait a second, I think we had this move after d4. If you go to the current position, d4, rook g6, brilliant move has been played. As you're mentioning, huge threat of rook taking on g2 is there. What do you do actually here as white? How do you defend from rook takes on g2?
Well, the answer already has arrived. I mean, David says, I'm going to take your piece. I don't believe you. And after rook takes on g2, king h1, white says, I have a piece. Now, do your worst. But to be honest, it looks incredibly scary here for white, because if the queen on the f for black is going to join the attack, it's essentially curtained.
Definitely it is. So for that reason, David has to make sure there is a defense. He has this moment to play maybe rook g1, maybe bringing some pieces to the king side, stopping the checkmate. But now it's black's turn, actually, and black can choose what to do. Maybe queen f6 could be a move, just bringing a queen in the position. Or actually queen c8. Arturs, queen c8 with a checkmate threat on h3. How do you stop that?
Yep. It looks very, very serious move to me, and I think literally the only move that doesn't get white checkmate is the move knight g1.
Absolutely. And
now what?
And after rook g1 there is king g1, so it doesn't really work.
I'm not actually really sure. Does it not work like takes and queen takes on h3? There's
queen f3.
Queen f3, and you're right. Yeah, there's no mate.
But it looks very, very sharp.
But I mean, this is fantastic stuff, Angelica. Look at this. I mean, this entire sequence where Aram played knight h5, b5, and he decided not to protect the knight. He's like, I don't need the knight. I mean, I'm going to go for the attack. Knight f4 here. B takes on c6 was a move. And after d4 again, for a second move in a row, he just ignored it. And after b takes on c6 here, by the way, I'm quite surprised that the engine says that rook takes on g2 is a mistake. According to the engine here, knight takes on g2 is more accurate. But what are the reasons? Who knows?
Yeah, probably some knight jump to e3, big threat, and maybe in the next move, if king goes away to h1, again, queen c8 could be an option. But again, huge moment right now for Aram. He has to try to find the attacking move because he's currently down a piece. I mean, he has to find the targeting squares. For example, yeah, queen c8 targeting the h3 would be one of the options. What else is
3 minutes. 3 minutes for black, by the way.
Ooh.
You don't have a lot of time. Again, the time control the viewers is 50 minutes plus 5 seconds. You sacrifice a piece. There's got to be a follow-up. And right now, I think Aram played rook takes on g2 based on gut instinct, but you still need to show something for it. And white is going to play rook g1, trying to consolidate the position and then capitalize on the piece. Also notice that I don't think the black has the time to take the pawn on c6 because this loses the valuable time.
Just a short update. We have a draw agreed on the game Volodar Murzin against Aravindh. The game we've just seen finished in threefold repetition as we were showing it earlier.
Oh, so they did agree to a draw.
Yes, they did agree.
Pretty interesting moment.
Yeah, maybe let's take a look. What else do we have? Still Radoslav Wojtaszek against Vladimir Fedoseev. Looks like a very interesting position. Queen is on c5 for white, but there is a queen on f4. Vladimir, what is going on actually there? There is a bishop pair for white.
Yeah, but I think here Wojtaszek is totally totally dominating his position against Fedoseev, because did Fedoseev just blunder a piece, or his position was just so bad? Because as you can see, Black's position is hanging by a thread. The bishop on c4 is barely protected by the knight on b6, and nobody is defending the knight on b6. Like, this pawn should be standing on a7. If Fedoseev could walk the pawn back, he would gladly do it.
Yeah, definitely. So the point was that knight couldn't be taken due to the bishop hanging on e4, but now after g3, queen has to go back, and queen is taking the knight on b6. Looks like it's just a whole piece
it's over.
Up.
Yeah, it's just over. This is very rarely you see Fedoseev being outplayed like that. So I think this was superb prep by Wojtaszek, who is clearly in a great shape. We haven't really seen Wojtaszek playing a lot of chess lately. I will have to ask him when you're going to have him for an interview here, what's he been doing lately. But he's in a great shape. Yesterday, he also showed some fantastic results in the Chess 960 tournament, and he's continuing the amazing run today.
He's continuing to impress us game by game. We had an amazing game against Salih Salem, very fighting chess. He's not backing down, and in this game, again, he is currently just having a bishop pair. Not only that, he's up a piece. Vladimir is trying. He got now 2 pawns for a piece, but unfortunately doesn't look like it is enough.
Of course, you always fight it out until the very end. You never know. Maybe the opponent is going to miss something. And if you resign, that's it. The game is done. You get 0 points. So no need to rush anywhere. I think what maybe the players are sometimes doing, they're trying not to invest too much energy in this game, because you're going to need it in the long run, but you still want to play out the game. What if? What if the unthinkable happens and the opponent just gives you something?
Yeah, and Arturs, I want to go back to the game of David Navarra against Aram Hokaban. What is happening there? There is a rook on f2 right now, queen on c8. The attack is ongoing, but evaluation bar is still saying it's all under control. Knight takes on h3. Oh my God, what is going on?
So what were the last couple of moves? So that we're like a bit thrown in here. Queen c8 was played, by the way. Great call there, Angelica. Knight g1 is the only move. The rook takes on f2, so Black simply doesn't have anything better to do. And rook f1 was played, followed by knight takes on h3, which makes perfect sense. So one thing is clear, you cannot take on h3 because that's going to be a checkmate. So Navarra plays very quickly queen h5, try to push back Black's pieces. If we look at the material balance on the board, by the way, Black is not really so terribly behind. He has 3 pawns for the piece.
Definitely, and also David not only pushing back the pieces, he's also pushing on the clock. Look at this, 6 minutes for David, while Aram has only 1.5 minutes on the clock, and very tough position because he has to create an attack. He has to create it, because if he's just going to slow down, it's just going to be a game over. He's down a whole piece.
And also notice the knight on d2 is hanging. So if you, for example, from Black, you take the knight on g1, the rook at f2 is left defenseless. If you take on d2, by the way, which also begs the question, can you take on d2? Like, rook takes on d2?
Queen f7.
Queen f7, yeah. Queen f7, king goes here, c takes on b7, and
the fork. What an incredible
That's
tactic.
the idea.
Wow.
And knight f4 is the only move here for Black. So Jacobian is fighting a lot of only moves here. Queen takes on d5 responded very quickly by Navarra. And Navarra is seriously pressing on the clock.
He is, and also rook on f2 currently is hanging. So Aram has to decide, can he take on d2 or not? Actually, question, can he do it? Can he take the knight?
If you take on d2, there's going to be queen f4, same idea. Knight e3, again, great move here by Armenian player. So he hits the queen on e5, defends the rook at f2. And by the way, notice this is pure chaos on the board. The knight on d2 is under attack. The bishop on b2 is under attack. At any given moment, white can take on b7. There's so many things to calculate.
Aram is playing so many only moves right now. I mean, recently, all the moves he's been playing are the only moves to try to keep this evaluation. He's currently having half a minute on the clock. What an performance by the Armenian Grandmaster.
This is so far the game of the round, absolutely, Angelique. I think we saw this double exclam move a couple of times played. So Jacobin was the one who sacrificed the piece, not once, twice. He was ready to give up the knight on c6. Navarra accepted the challenge, and now the position is such a mess. I think here queen takes on d5 makes perfect sense to me, unless I'm blundering a checkmate somehow. You see the queen on c8, queen h3 is defended by the knight on g1, but you cannot afford to make a mistake here. So that's why Navarra is going to invest some time here to make sure he doesn't miss anything. Queen d5, I want to make this move.
Definitely another candidate for me would be take on b7, probably another move which is possible, and then take on d5, offering a trade, but then maybe the piece on d2 or b2 can be falling, so we have to be careful about that.
There might be also c6, so c6 could be a surprising defensive move. The pawn on f7 is defended by the queen. So I think that probably this queen takes on d5 looks pretty serious move to me. Again, enabling the c takes on b7 threat, queen takes on f7 threat, and the bar doesn't like it. There must be something wrong with this.
Yeah, because there is no threat on f7.
Maybe queen g4.
Queen g4, queen g2 checkmate is happening. Okay, you have to be indeed very, very careful in this position not to allow. So queen g4 is the main threat in the position. And that's what David has to consider, take into consideration in this position.
You can definitely see he's clearly nervous here. Yeah, so he feels that the game is very, very close. Black, by the way, has only 32 seconds on the clock and gets only +5 seconds for every main move. So Navarra has 4 times, feels like an eternity, but it's burning very quickly.
I actually have a question. What happens, what is this line after rook takes on f2? Rook takes on f2, knight take. Oh, the queen is coming, of course. That was not the long line.
You were testing me. Yeah, I know you were testing me. Yeah, the queen is under attack, so yeah, you could have. Queen h5, by the way, is played, and that's a mistake.
Yeah, queen is on h5, but of course it's dealing with the issue queen coming to g4, so looks a perfectly logical move. But now the question is knight f4, just repeating the move would be possible, but no. Aram is not repeating, actually, and he's going for take on c6.
Now Kiki asks how many pawns is it? 4 pawns for the sacrifice piece. Rook takes on f2. Is this a move you want to make? Because then black is going to take a 5th pawn for the piece on e4, because rook f2, knight f2, that's a check on h1, knight takes on e4 is incoming. A piece is a piece, as they say, but there's also another saying, a pawn is a pawn, especially if you have 5 of them.
Definitely, but also there are many weak pawns on the queen side for black, but there is like these 3 very nice pawns on the king side. And the bishop on a7 actually is not doing that much yet, but maybe after c5 it could get open up. So definitely many ideas for black, and David has to try to figure out. Meanwhile, he has 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, and he's getting lower and lower. Meanwhile, Aram has only 20 seconds.
All right, let's maybe use this opportunity very quickly, go to the bird's eye view and see if something crazy is happening in other games. I want to follow this game until the very end because there's so much action growing up. But what do we see here? I see that Wojciech is still completely winning against Fedoseev, but Fedoseev is not giving up.
He's not giving up, and he has 2 pawns right now on B and A files. And he's still trying, and it's rook endgame, rook and the bishop against the rook. So we might potentially see something like this, but what is happening actually in the bottom right corner, the game of Makun against Nicholas Theodorov? We have watched this game a bit, but it looks like an opposite colored bishop. Yeah,
it's a draw, and it's agreed to draw, and every single game is balanced. Now let's jump back to the game of the round of David Navarra against Aram Jacobin, because we saw just a couple of moves being played. Knight f3, and what's happening here? So black is still down a piece, but apparently the engine doesn't like move knight f4, and he should have done something else. And 7 seconds only here for the Armenian Grandmaster. By the way, the past move, the bishop on b2 was under attack, but he decided not to take it.
Yeah, now knight jumps back, and he has 10 seconds on the clock, only 2 minutes for David Navarra. He has to try to find a way, but it looks like white stabilized the position. There is no more attack ongoing. And if we count the pawns, then we can see that there are 3 pawns for a piece, although there are 2 weak pawns on the c file. and knight is grabbing other pawn. Now it's 2 pawns for a piece.
And it's going to be even less after that because there's edicts on d5 incoming, and apparently Jacobian misplayed something, but he was in a time scramble for a very long time with a lot of things to calculate, and at the critical moment he didn't really manage to find the accurate move, and I think right now he is going to lose it, and Navarra is well on his way to score a very important victory.
David is taking the pawn on d5, defending the knight on c6. Another knight of black is jumping to g5. Still trying something, but it looks like it's not going to be enough right now. There is only a piece for 1 pawn, which is definitely not something what you want to have.
Yeah, and this poor guy on a7 also doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, black cannot find a way to bring the bishop in the game. I mean, look at this. The pawn stands on c6, c7. You cannot bring the bishop on this long diagonal. There's nothing on a5. The pawn on d4 is defended. As long as here Navarra is not going to blunder anything, I think he is going to do this. So what's the easiest way to convert the game? So when you have an extra piece, maybe even 2 extra pieces, you try to go for the mate. So I would be thinking, I want to somehow get to the black king, while the queen on b7 for black is disconnected. By the way, rook e8 is played.
Rook e8 is on the board, trying to activate 1 more piece. But once again, bishop on a7 is not really working. Knight on c6 is the beast controlling all the squares, as well as queen is stuck on b7. It's so hard to find a way for black to get any initiative and compensation for the pawns. Meanwhile, queen h5 targeting the rook right now. Where does the rook go?
That's very difficult to defend because queen c8 leaves the bishop defenseless, also enables knight e7 idea. Queen a8. So Jacobian uses literally every single possible square he has available at him. So queen on a8 defends it. But by the way, is he not giving up the bishop at a7?
Exactly, that was my question. Knight takes on a7. Queen is overloaded, defending both bishop and the rook on e8, but maybe there is rook e2.
Queen d5. Watch out for queen d5.
Queen d5 check opening up. But c4, then c4 cannot be played, or c4.
Yeah, maybe now you can play c4, but you need a lot of cold nerves, if I may say so, to play like this, and maybe instead something like knight f3 is a bit better. So many good moves here. 20 seconds for Navarra. He is not making this look easy, or actually it's his opponent who's complicating stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see knight c4 was played. Now knight e4 with the royal fork and coming to the g3. You have to stop it. King g2, is it going to be a move?
10 seconds here for Navarra, so he is still winning this, but black is fighting back. Queen f3. Here, what is attempting to consolidate the matters. Still, these pieces for black are not doing anything.
Knight jumps back to g5. Where will the queen go? Where it goes back to g3. Now, knight e4 one more time can be repeated, but queen would be able to take on c3. Now, queen is defending, but bishop is hanging on a7. What is going on in this position?
Black goes all in. Black goes all in. He gives away the bishop at a7. He says the bishop at a7 is done. His only chance is to go for unexpected king-set attack. I love how he's doing it. Queen f7, queen h5. The bar drops. Rook e4. Black goes for a counterattack. Rook h4, rook g4. The king for white is in danger.
What is going on? Navarra is sacrificing a queen. What is happening?
This cannot be right, right?
Oh my God, what is happening?
This cannot be right. I mean, I don't think we saw queen x on g5, queen g4. Is this right, really?
Yes, because there was a checkmate on f8, because you cannot take the queen. Checkmate on f8 would be happening. Apparently, queen g4 was a mistake.
No, but
wait,
but I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. So maybe we can zoom in a bit and see what's going on, because this is clearly not a position.
What happened?
And apparently,
Aram won?
I'm a bit speechless, to be honest. I don't know what happened there, because apparently their last couple of moves were completely crazy for the players.
I believe it was queen h3, and I don't know what was happening then.
Yeah, queen h3 definitely made more sense.
And rook g4.
Yeah, queen h3 made more sense, but we have the result. We're going to get an update what happened in this game, but apparently Jacobian won, because you can see Navarra, he lost it. He lost his game. Unbelievable. With an extra piece, essentially with 2 extra pieces.
Absolutely
Crazy
incredible.
Stuff.
Do we still have one more game ongoing? By the way, Arturs, the game of Radoslav against Vladimir. Shall we jump in there instantly?
Yep, absolutely. Let's do that. And Wojtek has been winning the game against Fedoseev already for most of the part of the game, but Fedoseev is just not giving up. He's fighting until the last bullet. As you can see, Wojciech still has the extra piece, and yet, his opponent is not resigning.
He's still trying it out. All the bullets in his pocket, I mean, he's trying to get it. And we see right now there are only 2 pawns for white. But even if the H pawn is left in the bishop endgame, it's still the right corner, right? There is H8, which is a dark square as the bishop. So potentially even that endgame would be winnable for white. But of course, C pawn is super strong.
Yeah, I think here there's literally million ways how white can get things done, but still, apparently, Fedoseev has created some practical chances. If you play king b3, the pawn on h3 will be under attack. So here Wojciech is gonna go push c pawn forward, like king c6, king c7, c6, etc. What about rook f3? I think white would be happy to take the pawn on a2. King d5. Watch out for the check here on b2.
Yeah, definitely. Vladimir is not making it easy for Radoslav in this game, but yeah, we see that king is coming all the way to the h3 pawn, so there are some questions now for the Polish Grandmaster. What to do here, how to win, how to convert this endgame.
And I think also Fedoseev is showing a really great example to most of the players, most of the chess fans who are watching this. This is how you fight it. This is how you create chances. Even if you are dead lost, you keep the game going, even though, of course, most of the time it's not going to work. There's one chance it's going to work. We'll see.
There is, and now bishop is targeting the pawn on h4. There is no way to defend the pawn. Will he take it, by the way? Now the bishop can take the pawn on h4, but then there'll be rook h3, right, with a tempo. You don't really want, maybe king d7?
And also, the longer the game continues, the more concerned Wojciech is becoming.
Wait, are we getting in the rook endgame after rook h3, rook a2? Is this winning endgame? Because the king is too far.
I see the bar, I see the extra piece. I suppose Angelica is still winning, but I definitely start to see some resources for Fedoseev, because if he manages to get the king on b3, for example, here, and play king b2, but no, not rook c3. Okay, rook a3, of course. Let's say king c3, king b2, promote the pawn, he can give away the rook for the c pawn, and white has the extra piece, but it means nothing. And the longer the game continues, the better chances for him are.
Yeah, and that's why I was wondering if there was possibility to take on a2 with a rook.
Oh, you mean
after
here?
rook h3, yes. So if white could go to the rook endgame, you have to rook a2 and just try to win, because okay, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. It was completely winning, but I think
this is also winning.
This also should be winning. Check, c7, fight until the end, but it seems that the Polish Grandmaster has figured it out, finally.
Yeah, finally, the c7, c8 is going to come. We'll see resignation very soon. What a game, what a resilience by Fedoseev, and here is resignation. Radoslav is winning and scoring another victory.
What a crazy round it was. I mean, we were following this action that was happening in the game of David Navara against
Aram
Jacobian, and I'm still not getting an update. What was the move? I don't think it was queen g4. Hopefully we can get an update to you before the next round, but this means that round number 3 of the GMT tournament is officially over, and here are the results.
Yeah, we have in the Masters section 2 draws: Frederick Svane against Saleh Salem and Volodar Murzin against Aravindh, finishing a draw, while Radoslav Wojciech is continuing, prolonging his lead and winning against Vladimir Fedoseev. Meanwhile, in challengers, Aram Hakobian magically wins against David Navarro in that endgame. At the same time, Daniel Darda is scoring a win against Rinat Jumabayev, and there is a draw in the game between Makun and Nicolas Teodoro.
Indeed, pure magic here in Biel, and these are the current rankings after round number 3, both in Masters and Challengers. As you can see, Wojciech is in really great shape, so he is spearheading the tournament with 4 points. Of course, every single victory is 2 points in the rapid tournament. Aravindh is sharing the lead. A very close pursuit is Vladimir Fedoseev and Frederick Svane. In the meantime, in the challenges, we have Aram Hakobian, the magician from Armenia. Also, Nicolas Teodoro is in a much better shape than yesterday.
Absolutely. We have such an incredible round number 3 and round number 2. And the first round, so many exciting action. I'm looking forward to the next round.
More games are coming. 2 more rapid games of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Day 2 of the festival is only ongoing. The best of the games are still ahead. So, dear viewer, don't go anywhere. Take some refreshments. We'll be seeing you in several minutes with more exciting games. explosive action, a lot of drama, time scrambles, missed opportunities. All of this is happening here in Biel, Switzerland, where the 58th International Biel Chess Festival is taking place in the lovely Congress Center in the heart of the city. We are following right now the round 4 or day 2 of the GMT Rapid Tournament, the part of the triathlon. And it's been really amazing stuff, Angelique. I mean, this previous round game of David Navarra against Aram Jacobian, finally we got some moves in, but your reaction when you were watching this?
Yeah, absolutely exciting games. We had heartbreaking moments. David Navarra was leading throughout the game, and then at the end it was a time which failed to him, because here in this position he found a brilliant move. Queen takes g5. After take on g5 there would be a checkmate with a rook on f8, but here Aram found an amazing defense. He played queen h3 and after king g1 rook e2, and at this moment actually David Navarra couldn't find the move and lost on time because it was just a few seconds.
So the only move here in this position he should have picked up is rook takes on f2, and apparently there's no mate here. I mean, there's no mate. The queen h2 check is nothing. White actually wins after king f1, and according to the engine here, there's a check here, king f2, queen f1 check, king g3, queen g1 check, just a normal draw.
Usual draw.
Usual draw, indeed. So this is what was happening here, but the action already is starting off the round number 4 of the Rapid Tournament, and here we are having, once again, the bird's eye view, and we're following the game live.
Yeah, we see right now so many games. I actually don't know which one is more exciting. We have a lot of... Actually, looking at the top left corner, Vladimir Fedoseev against Saleh Salem, I see early h4 move, which was played against the g6, the fianchetto on the king side.
I think it's a very thematical idea from the Grunfeld. Yeah, so this h4 idea, very, very popular stuff at the highest level. Black takes the pawn on c4, and I think b5 is going to be the move there. What else are we seeing? I think we're seeing some repeat positions from the previous rounds, like the top left corner Merzen is playing his game against Svane. That's a knight h5 maneuver. We've seen it before.
Absolutely, and another London, as we can see, again, played by Merzen. As well as what I can follow in the bottom left corner, Makun against David Navarra. There has been a take on c5. So usually you would assume that d5 is happening, but here was unusual take on c5. So many unusual positions. And also looking at the game of Nicolas Theodore against Daniel Darda in the middle board below, queen b3 move, we have some kind of Nimzo.
Yeah, Nimzo-Petrosian variation, yeah, with this a3. This was one of the popular continuations by Garry Kasparov back in the day, and apparently this is also a very good choice for some accelerated time control games. So Theodore just did it. I mean, obviously the games are still ongoing. I'm not really sure with which game to start. So the most explosive game that, from the looks, it looks like that's the game of Fedoseev against Alex Alem, because when you pit in two very creative players against one another in a tournament, this is what happens. You get immediately action starting from the very first moves.
Yeah, absolutely. What a position we have, as you're mentioning, the Grunfeld here with the h4 move from white. Definitely a home preparation from Slovenian Grandmaster. But we see that he's taking time right now, so maybe let's start from the beginning and see what the moves have been.
Knight c3, d5, knight f3, yeah, the evergreen Grunfeld. There's so many experts in the world who specialize on it, like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He has made many contributions to the Grunfeld. Also, some other top-level players have played it. And this h4, yeah, I really love this move h4 because white's idea is to play h5, sacrifice the pawn, and then if black, for example, takes with the knight, the pawn on d5 remains defenseless. For example, if I will play a short castle here, I play h5, and after knight takes on h5, as you can see, the pawn on d5 is left defenseless, and if black plays g takes on h5, the king is just exposed. So you don't want to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to open up the way for the rook from h1. So now e4 is played, grabbing space, castle, and e5, immediately grabbing more space. Right now in this position, Black already castled, Black has a lead in the development, but White is trying to establish this huge advantage in the space in the center and try to use it for an attack. Apparently, it was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, like I think here the engine is making fun of us. Yeah, this is still opening prep, and White has many choices. I don't really, again, know the nuances of this particular line, but Fedoseev could be playing a rare continuation, and the one that requires a very precise response from Black. And this is a very common strategy at the highest level. So you play either a top continuation or a sideline, which according to the engine is a draw until the very end. But the question is, do you remember it? Or you don't remember it. So you're basically testing your opponent's knowledge. So I think here we are going to see essentially a fight between two players in the opening knowledge. And if Saleh is going to remember everything, then ultimately he should be doing great. By the way, knight h5 slide.
Knight h5 is on the board. Of course, knight e8 would be more solid move, but also more passive. But knight h5 is here, so now the big question is how to get that knight trap, because g4 obviously is not working due to bishop holding the square, but of course, looking like Fedoseev doesn't want to do it just yet. Just developing.
Yeah, bishop e3, I think he's still in the prep. By the way, notice that he didn't take the pawn on c4. And if we roll back to the previous move of Saleh here, why did he play knight h5 and why not the obvious move, knight e5? Because this allows White to play h5. Like White plays h5, White plays bishop c4. And there's a very famous joke. Once the coach of Mikhail Tal, like Alexander Koblenz, was asked, how is Misha? I mean, Mikhail Tal, what is he doing in the tournament? And Koblenz famously asked, so does Misha have an open H file? And the chess fan said, yeah, he does. And then Koblenz famously said, if Mikhail Tal has an open file, there's going to be a checkmate. So here it's pretty much similar. So you have an open H file. This means that White has a pretty promising initiative. And that's why here Saleh decided not to test if Fedoseev has Mikhail Tal's capabilities and just play knight h5 just to be safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Blocking that pawn for real with a knight. And after bishop is developing to e3, now Saleh Salem is taking time to think what to do right now. Because, of course, the pawn on c4 is being under attack, but you cannot really defend it because after playing something like bishop e6, you will fall to d5 potentially. So it's not something what you want to do, or knight g5. And for that reason, you have to find a move.
Yeah, I think very typically in the Grandfeld is c5, give up the pawn yourself, and then play knight c6, try to counter the center. But then again, after c5, White can play d5. There's a lot of possibilities here. And again, while the players are thinking, by the way, I think I saw c5 just played by the Grandmaster. Let's go to the bird's eye view and see what else happening.
Let's see another games while Fedoseev is taking time. I see that there has been some development in the game of Aravindh against Radoslav Wojtaszek in the top middle board. There is some b4 which was played.
All right.
Interesting position.
I cannot immediately tell what kind of opening it was. Could be Rossolimo, could be the Ray Lopez. Sometimes these positions just look so similar. Also the game Makun against David Navarra, that's the top, lower left corner, looks a bit unusual. I'm even afraid to mention what kind of opening was this.
It looks very strange because there is no a pawn suddenly, right?
Right.
The pawn on a file is missing. Very interesting. I believe it was c5 and then take on c5, right?
I also really like Angelika. I really like Theodorov's position against Daniel Darda because action is heating up. So there was just a break in the center. I'm talking about the lower middle board. And I think this is also a very good reason for us to go to this position because Theodorov is one of the leaders of the Rapid tournament, and he was doing pretty badly in the Chess 960 event yesterday, which serves as a tiebreaker for the GMT, but it seems that the Greek Grandmaster has finally managed to find a pace and is well on his way to fight for the victory, at least in the Rapid tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Chess 960 served as a tiebreaker, but sometimes it doesn't even come to this tie because the point system in the Grandmaster Triathlon is so made so great, so that we don't really usually have this chess 960 helping us to decide who is actually the winner. And we see e4 has been played, breaking in the center and offering a trade of the bishop. So bishop f1 is been played. Now looks like king f1 should be played, right? Or do you take with the rook?
It really depends where white is planning to bring the king, and maybe Theodorov has not yet decided it. I mean, if he plays rook takes on f1, this means he's planning to play the long side. If he plays king takes on f1, this means he can proceed with artificial castle by playing g3 and king g2, which is probably a bit more positional. So I think, just to summarize what I just said, he has a choice. Either he plays positionally, which means take with a king, or be creative and takes with the rook and goes for the long castle, and the answer has just arrived.
Yeah, we have some creative stuff from Nicholas Theodore here. Rook takes on f1, basically implying he wants to long castle, and there's going to be a fight, because most likely black will castle short. And whenever we have opposite side castling, it means there is going to be attack on the opposite flanks. White is going to try to attack on the king side, black will try to attack on the king's, opposite, on the king side, and black is going to attack on the queen side, and we're going to see a big fight in this game for sure.
Right, absolutely. So challenge most likely will be accepted because Darda is not really shying away from challenges. He's a very creative player himself, so he is looking for an opportunity to score a victory here. Yeah, I think he has to take on e4, because if he would not take the pawn here, I'm going to roll back now a move. White would possibly play e5, go for a long castle, and create a pawn majority at the king side. So that's why d takes on e4, knight e4 is necessary. And here we go. Short castle, long castle, and bring it on.
And indeed, and what do we have here? Knight d7 is on the board. Will we see immediate g4, g5, h4? What will we see in the position and this move?
There might be also knight e5 here. Like, that's a move I'm noticing. The d6 square looks very tempting, but I think that knight e5, considering what the position looks like, also this could bring the rook at f1 in the game by playing f4. Probably cannot also rule out g4, as you said, because this would dislodge the bishop from the active square. I'm thinking also h4 might be a move, enabling some g5 jumps like knight g5, and maybe there's a way to do some stuff. I don't know,
yeah.
But 95 makes sense.
I'm sorry, Arturs, there is something happening in the game of Makun against David Navarra, because I see that the bishop is hanging. It's a game on the bottom left corner. The take on c4 has been played, and I just don't understand what's going on here. The bishop is hanging on b4. Cannot you just take it? What's happening? Is it a sacrifice we see?
Yeah, that's pretty logical. So the last moves here. Makun played knight e2, and Navarra decided to respond with d5, counter-strike on the center. Assume you cannot couple times take on d5 because you see the king on e1 is pinned. By the way, it seems that black has simply an extra pawn, because what we did not see a couple of moves ago, here black played c5, sacrificed the pawn, and proceeded with b6. So Navarra is sacrificing the pawn to go for some activity. Bishop b4, e4, knight e2, d5, and a3. And here comes this absolutely sensational move, d takes on c4, bringing your question. Can you take on b4?
Yeah, I think it's a big challenge what happens after AB, knight takes. Knight is ready to jump to the d3 square.
I'm wondering something.
Ooh, wait.
Yeah. I forgot there's
so probably first you have to trade. But actually, where do you trade? Yeah, you take probably on a1, right?
If I take on a8, there's going to be a nasty check on d3. And the point is, I don't think I can play king d2, because if knight takes on f2, the queen on d1 is hit.
So you have to sacrifice the queen.
Yeah, why not?
Queen takes back. And now wait, how many pieces? There are 2 pieces and a rook.
3.
2 pieces and a rook.
I think it's more. 1, 2, 3.
2 pieces and a rook.
Yeah, 3 total.
Yes.
3 total.
yes.
3 total.
3 total pieces, of course.
Yeah, 3 pieces, which is one of them is a rook. This means that white has a lot of material for the queen. So this d-takes on c4, now the engine updates the evaluation bar. It's terrible.
Apparently it's not working, but it looks very interesting because usually whenever it's completely losing, the evaluation bar should go immediately up. So there is still something in this idea. Let's try one more time. Take maybe rook a1 first. Maybe take on a1.
Yeah, by the way, 8 takes on b4 is played.
8 takes on b4 is in the position. Rook a1, queen a1, and now knight b4. There is a fork threatened on c2. There is knight e3 coming. How do you stop all these threats at once? Knight e4, is it possible?
Knight e4, there might be queen takes on d4.
Ooh.
Bishop takes on d4, knight c2 check, king d2, knight takes on a1, and it seems like black has an extra pawn, but the knight on a1 is trapped.
Oh, unfortunately, there is no rook a1 defending the knight, and after rook d8, king e3 is just defending, or...
King e3 is going to be knight c2
king
check.
e3, knight c2.
Maybe knight b5.
Then there is e5.
This knight most likely is losing, so...
But e5? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this entire sequence, because they're already playing those moves very quickly. So knight takes on b4, knight e4 is the only move. e5 is played very quickly here, so black is burning a lot of bridges.
Definitely, and now, of course, you cannot move the knight from d4 because there is going to be a fork on c2. But what can you do actually here as white? Queen a4 attacking the knight on b4. You cannot take the knight, or actually you can take the knight because the other knight on c3 is going to hang. So take on d4, queen takes on b4, pawn takes on c3. What is happening here?
So white just gave up the extra piece, but he is about to get monstrous bishop pairs. So the bishop is going to control all the dark squares. Bishop takes on c4 is going to be a move. So black's idea in the end simply did not work. And if we would go back to this sequence right here, this d5, was this necessary? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, sorry, not d5, but d takes on c4. Maybe here Navarra had to play something else like bishop c5 or bishop e7. But then again, the pin at the a5 e1 diagonal would not exist, and white most likely could take the pawn on d5 and have two extra pawns. So this, I think, was a larger sequence. So David was going for this position. He was going to sacrifice a piece. At the end, white simply gives up the piece and enjoys the better position.
Definitely transforming the material advantage into the positional one, having this bishop pair is definitely something what you would gladly do. Now the question is with which piece to take on c3, is it a queen or a pawn?
Still not very clear because black could open up the position very quickly, like a sacrifice on e4 might be a thing, for example, rook e8, knight e4, so white needs to consolidate the position like bishop e2, bishop d4, so castle. And if he's not going to fall for a victim for some unexpected attack on e4, I think what is looking really great in this position, try to win the game. But we are going to definitely keep an eye on this game, but let's go back now to the bird's eye view because we have more games to follow, more action in the remaining 5 games.
Definitely. On the bottom middle board, we can see there are two beautiful knights of Nicolas Teodoro with a knight on e5 and e4. The game we have been also following, beautiful position, but also isolated queen's pawn with the opposite castle. Also, there is an endgame on the bottom right corner of the Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Hakobian. Pretty interesting position as well. Is there anything else which catches your eye, Arturs?
Yeah, I mean, everything, Angelica, looks pretty balanced. Things were exploding very quickly in Navarra's game against Macron. And the game, Nicolas Teodoro against Daniel Darda, we covered this. By the way, I'm seeing that that's the lower middle board where white did play knight e5. Considering how the pieces are placed, I think it makes sense. So we just choose one of the games, but everything seems to be pretty balanced. I'm going to follow your call.
Yeah, Vladimir Fedoseev's game against Saleh Salem on the top right corner. Looks like Vladimir got the c5 pawn. He got it, and there is a bishop on h6 already, getting some weaknesses on the king side. The game we've been a bit following earlier. What has changed so far?
That was the moment when we left it. We're discussing that black probably should play c5 just because it's a very common maneuver for the ground field defense. It was played over the board. Knight c6, bishop c4, knight e5. All of this makes perfect sense. There was a couple of trades. Bishop d7, bishop h6, and this is the current position. By the way, I'm not entirely sure that Black has to respond with an automatic rook e8. And just as I was about to complete my thought, here Select is like, you want them in exchange? You take it.
You take it, absolutely, because the bishop is much stronger than that rook on f8, and then taking on h4 would create some huge attacks and checkmate threat on h2. So definitely now Vladimir has to be careful not to get tricked by the Emirati top Grandmaster.
Okay, let's have some fun. This is not our game. We're going to take on f8. I'm just going to pretend I'm not seeing anything here, so there's going to be queen h4, most likely. As you can see, that's a very, very big threat, and pretty sure that white cannot play rook e1, check here, knight f4, there's mate here, there's another mate here, make your pick. Everything looks pretty bad, so you cannot do that. And here the big question is, what happens after g3? Guess what? More sacrifices.
No, there is no real way to stop it. And here there's a checkmate, whatever you want, you can pick it. And what about f4? Is there f4 possible?
You mean here?
No, instead of g3?
Just probably trying. Equally bad. I'm not really sure why. But, I mean, here Black has 3 pieces going after the bear king. Maybe it's the same bishop takes on f4.
Yeah, maybe I think rook f3.
Rook f3, you're right not to trust me. And also the bar says that there's some...
And the bar goes down again.
Right. There's some problems, let's put it this way. But Fedoseev immediately recognized, okay, this is pretty dangerous. But he didn't take the rook at f8, he included queen e2. And queen e2, he hits the bishop on e5. And now, I am not sure this queen h4 is just ridiculous because, of course, white just takes the bishop on e5.
Yeah, definitely. So now you have to defend the bishop or attack another piece. I mean, bishop g7 would defend both the bishop and the rook, but do you actually want to trade this bishop? That's rather a question.
I think that I usually call these moves my minimal program. If I don't see anything, I play bishop g7, but I think the first thing here the Emirati Grandmaster wants to do, he wants to be dynamic, and this is what he does. He plays queen f6 and Fedoseev takes, bishop takes on f8, which is marked as a missed opportunity.
Yeah, we have many misses here, but looks pretty logical, trying to get an exchange.
So what's the missed opportunity?
Bishop g5? No.
Yeah, here the engine says bishop g5, hit the queen, but there's nothing really tactical, so black plays either queen g7 or queen h8, and somehow our Silicon B says rook e1, white is better.
Yeah, maybe then knight e4, knight is entering somewhere on the dark squares, I mean, unclear.
Yeah, let's just put it this way, unclear, yeah. Bishop takes on f8, and here maybe black is not even obliged to take on f8 immediately. He can include knight f4, he can play queen f4, queen h4. We're gonna see, but it feels that black definitely has some compensation. Like, black controls those dark squares. Look at the bishop on d7, it can join the game with bishop c6. Every single black piece is looking for some attack. So it's crazy action here. And while they're thinking, we're gonna go back to the bird's eye view and see if we are still having some more exciting action in the other games?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check. And I see actually on the top left corner a game of Vladar Murzin against Frederick Svan, a pretty interesting pawn structure. Black's pawn are already all the way to g4. There is a double pawn for white and h-file semi-opened. I don't know how it got there from the London, but it looks a very exciting game.
Okay, that's a good call. Let's go to this position. And black has the bishop pair. Black has 2 bishops on d6 and d7. I believe this was the London. And I think also it's a great choice for rapid. Maybe in classical, according to some world's best players like Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, there's nothing to do in the London. For everybody else, especially in the rapid time control, the London is still perfectly playable opening. And that's why it's not really surprising that we're getting it more than once here. By the way, bishop c8 here, the young German says, I don't want your bishop trade because I value my bishop pair.
It's actually very interesting, yeah, because although that bishop is pretty bad because it's located on all the pawn squares, even though Frederick doesn't want to trade the bishop. So he suggests that at some moment the position is going to open up with moves such as e5, maybe e5, f4, who knows. And then this bishop is going to be valued more than the knight.
Yeah, we'll see. By the way, we just missed a great move from Merzin, at least for the spirit. Look at this. King d2.
Ooh,
Why
king
not?
d2.
Yeah.
Yeah, the position is close in the center, right? It's
Yeah, so the king here was standing at the center. Probably you're wondering why not the shoot castle? Yeah, shoot castle would be pretty dangerous because black is like so much ready to attack you at the h file. So you don't have to castle just because you can. First and foremost thing what you need to do is to secure the king's safety.
Yeah.
And if the king's safety is with the move king d2, then it's king d2.
Yeah, absolutely. Frederick would say danke on this short castle, but here h4 he's going anyway, trying to open up the h file, because maybe at some moment the pawns can be weak on g2. Actually, what can Merzin do in this position?
I mean, g takes on h4 looks pretty risky because you might drop the pawn on d4. So that's why with a king on d2, this feels pretty weird. Maybe it's playable somehow. Maybe white can play g3 and be in time to hide the king on b1. But that's why Merzin right now is seeing definitely. I don't think he expects there's going to be trade on h4. He's more concerned about his bishop takes on f4 and queen takes on d4. But if he ignores it and he plays king c2, maybe the pawn on g3 in the long run is going to be a weakness. So very big decision to make.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. And what he's going to do, is it going to be a pawn structure just to fail the pawn structure? Because take on g3 is such a huge threat, right? You don't really want to get... Maybe there is knight c to e2 actually defending the pawn, but unfortunately it's also failing, right? Because then after take on g3, there is no knight takes on g3.
I think I would just play king c2. Yeah, just king c2, h takes on g3, f takes on g3, fine, you double my pawns. I don't see anything better I can do. First, I would try to have a healthy pawn structure, but I just, to be honest, at least very quickly looking, I don't see a way.
Actually, I have an idea. Knight c to e2, pawn takes on g3, and knight f to h5. Is it working? And I want to take on g3 with a knight.
That's actually a very good question, but now the question is your knight on g3 doing great. Yeah, so I could play like queen g5, knight takes on g3, and let's say you accomplish to save your pawn structure, something like this. But what's the knight doing on g3?
Yeah.
And that's why here Merzin is trying to calculate all of these things very carefully, very precisely. Also notice, Svanek has only 1 minute on the clock.
Absolutely. And actually, we have an update from the game of Rinat Jabayev against Aram Hakobian. It has been finished in a draw. We haven't really followed it that much, but we saw the endgame. It looked pretty balanced, so that's the first result of the round number 4 of the Rapid. Other than that, we can see that there is actually a pressure which David Navarro is building against Makun with the black pieces. Earlier, we have seen a piece sacrifice, if you remember the bishop on b5, but suddenly there is actually a huge pressure happening, and there is a queen for 3 pieces in this position with a b pawn, which is going to be a passer.
Okay, I have a question. How does the engine evaluate this position to be slightly better for black when black has a rook and the bishop pair against the queen, which in theory should be much stronger for white? Apparently, it's the piece coordination and the pass pawn on b6. We actually saw a lot of crazy moves in the past 6 moves or so, so I'm going to use the opportunity to scroll back a bit so that we see what was happening after this sacrifice.
Yeah, we definitely have time because David has over 5 minutes on the clock while Makun has only 1 minute. So we see that's where we left, and knight e4 was played. Your call, right? Sacrificing another piece just to keep it going for rook e8.
Queen takes on c4, queen g5, white has an extra piece, but bishop e2 apparently was a big mistake. Why?
Ooh.
Check here. Oh, look at that, bishop
Oh
a6, such a lovely move.
Amazing move by Navarra. What can you do after take? There is rook takes on e4 and you have to give up the queen. There is no step away with the king to f1 due to the checkmate. So queen e2 had to be played, and after queen c3, a couple of checks. Finally, black is taking the queen, and now it's 2 pawns and a queen against rook and 2 minor pieces, 2 bishops in this case.
Right. So I think if white's going to somehow manage to play g3, king g2, bishop f3, consolidate the position, white's going to win this. So there's got to be a way for black to cause some problems with the coordination. So I'm thinking it could be, let's say, queen c1, bishop e1, and maybe he already has a draw in the pocket with queen f4, bishop f2, queen c1, etc. But I want to push the b pawn while you're trying to find a way to coordinate your pieces. Let's say b5, there might be just bishop b5 and queen f4 check, and somehow I think it's a draw still.
Yeah, definitely. At least there is a draw already in the pocket, as you're mentioning it with queen c1 and queen f4, perpetual. But the question right now is, David has a lot of time. Now he has time to figure out what can he do in this position. What can he try for? I think queen c1 makes a lot of sense to bring the bishop to the back rank, and also the pawn on b6 is not being under attack. And maybe then play something like queen b1 and try to push the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, queen c1 check, bishop e1, and...
Maybe, I don't know, maybe queen b1.
Yeah, but are you going to manage to do it in time? There's a lot of risk because, like, let's say again, I'm going to play g3, b5, king g2, b4, bishop f2, queen e4, bishop f3. If you lose the pawn, and I'm going to have a lot of pieces to target the pawn, I think black is just toast immediately. Like 2 bishops and the rook, they're going to take care of the queen in the long run. So that's why also for Navarro, this is not really such an easy position. So he's not aware that he's slightly better. He sees he has the b pawn, but it doesn't really easily move forward. He might be tempted to accept a draw here.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be very tempting in this position, also in a way to stabilize due to the previous round's result. If you recall this heartbreak which happened in the game against Aram Hakoban. So David for sure is seriously considering accepting the draw. Do you think, should we take a look to another game? Because
Absolutely.
I see that Nicolas Teodoro looks like it's actually in the bottom middle board. Actually, we have another result. Aravindh against Radoslav Wojtaszek finished in a draw, but in the bottom middle board, Nicolas Teodoro against Daniel Darda, there looks like a pawn storm on the king side, and I don't see a way out for the Belgian #1.
And also the game of Volodar Murzin against Frederick Svane is pretty interesting because black has, if I'm not terribly mistaken, black has an extra pawn, although white has a very nice blockade of the center. So that's the game on the top left corner.
Definitely some turnaround there. And in the top right corner, Vladimir Fedoseev against Saleh Salem, the game we've been following. Queen is suddenly somewhere on b8 and a7. I also have no idea what is happening there.
Let's follow the game of Murzin against Svane because that's the game we were watching a bit before, and a couple of moves have been made. And it seems that there were some mistakes, which is not super surprising. So I'm going to roll back very, very quickly. So here, okay, we're not going to roll back because black apparently is very low on time.
Yeah,
just follow the action.
Let's keep it here because Frederick is currently having under 10 seconds while Murzin has 3.5 minutes on the clock. It's definitely big nerves which are playing in this position right now. Oh my God.
Black has the extra pawn, but that doesn't really feel because white has an amazing blockade here in the center. Also notice this outside pass pawn. So I think that here it's safe to say that Murzin is the one who is playing for the win. Because e5, you can always take it. Also, the pawn on e5 is left defenseless. And this bishop on c8 is not really doing anything. So I would probably try to activate a king and somehow try to exploit those weakened dark squares. For example, knight c6. Knight c6 is not very legal. Let's say this position, this could be simply strategically losing. It's a really textbook position. Black has a pawn, but white is simply dominating all the dark squares.
Yeah, absolutely. Domination is real in this position. So for that reason, Frederick has to be very careful, and so hard to do when you're just having 10 seconds on the clock. This bishop, which he earlier actually didn't want to trade, remember that position, he went with the bishop back to c8. He didn't want to trade. Now I bet Frederick would give everything to trade that bishop from c8 for
Like,
a bishop on d3.
please trade my bishop on c8. And Walder's like, no, I'm not going to trade it.
No, there was no earlier, so now it's not going to work. And now Murzin is trying to shuffle the pieces a bit, trying to find a way how he can trade the knights, right? Because that's kind of his goal right now, because the bishop is definitely bad for black. It's a very nice bishop on d3 for white. King c3.
Yeah, I think both players are pretty on the same page that the knights cannot be traded. I mean, white wants to trade the knights, black doesn't want to trade the knights, so that's, of course, knight b7. Possibly thinking about some knight c5, knight e4 ideas, so Murzin immediately shuts the door, and I think he's also thinking at some point to rearrange the pieces, get the king on d4, get the knight on c5, and try to tickle these pawns at the queen side.
Yeah, definitely it is possible. Now king is going all the way to d4, activating, and knight c5. Will it follow? Because knight c5 is targeting the pawn on a6, but after knight c6 it looked almost like a checkmate.
Do not also underestimate the extra pawn. I mean, it is an extra pawn for a good reason, because black will play knight c6 and d4 and e5, and unexpectedly this bishop on e8, which you think is pretty bad, suddenly becomes a very good bishop. So that's why also Murzin, of course, he's playing for the win here, but he has to be a bit careful.
Arturs, we have a result. Makun against David Navarro is finished in a draw. So we had this complicated endgame with
This repetition, yeah?
No, actually, not with the repetition. There has been some 2 pawns and the queen, and there was another repetition, but it did finish in a draw. So let's follow more of the game of Vladimir Murzin.
Is this a blunder? Bishop b5.
Wait a second. The pawn is hanging on b5.
I think he just blundered his bishop takes on b5.
There is also knight b7.
Knight b7 is a move. There's a couple of things that are wrong with black's position, so Svane just made a mistake.
It looks like, look at the Frederick Svane body language. He's shaking his head. He's in shock right now.
Murzin has plenty of time, 2 minutes, and he knows this is the critical position. This is where your training kicks in. So here Murzin has a choice. Is it either bishop takes on b5, you calculate things, what happens? No, knight b7. I'm pretty sure Svane missed this check.
Knight b7 is a check, king e7 now taking the pawn, and you're transferring to the endgame. Of course, black doesn't want to trade the knight, but what to do getting into the endgame where the bishop on d3 is just dominating the position, being already not up a pawn, actually.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's the point. He can never play king a6, Angelica. There's going to be a4. White's going to take on b5, and this aged pawn is going to decide the fate of the game in favor for Valdar. I think Valdar's going to win this. a4 should be winning here.
a4 and then getting trade of the bishop, but looks like evaluation bar goes all the way down. Somehow we don't see something. Now bishop b5 looks very logical. What is going on? And bishop g6 apparently is a mistake, so it means that Frederick should have traded the bishop for a second time in the game. But I don't understand. Maybe there was some e5 and f4 push.
I don't know. We are going to definitely go back to this moment because I'm also clueless. How is this was, according to an engine, if this was a draw, maybe there were some tactics?
Maybe e5 and f4 could have been an idea, and then having this d and g pawn, but definitely should check out.
King d3, e5, f takes on e5, f4 check, king takes on d4, f takes on g3. These are the things that Murzin is calculating very quickly. That's what we are seeing here.
Now e5 has been played, take happened, push on f4.
Oh, it's got to be a win.
And king is in time. It looks like king is stopping the pawns. Now, is there bishop e4 in the position? Bishop e4.
Yeah, but it doesn't really do anything because after g2, there's always king f2, and white has 3 passed pawns, bishop d7. This is it. e6, e7, e8. Even if black's going to take on e6, take on a4, even though this is the wrong corner for the bishop, the king is too far.
The king is simply too far, and the resignation is here. We still have other games happening, so I suggest we go back. Is it the game of Nicolas Teodoro, or is it going to be Vladimir Fedoseev against Sicilian? Because we have a crazy queen endgame in Nicolas' game, but for Vladimir Fedoseev, we also have a crazy endgame with rooks and bishop and the knight. What is your call, Arturs?
I think Fedoseev's game is a bit less clear, so we could go to that game. These are potentially 2 favorites of the master section, so that's the game we want to follow. What's the material situation here? Fedoseev has the exchange, and the Emirati Grams is trying to build a fortress.
Yeah, it looks like it, but can he actually do it? I mean, like, it's still a full exchange, and also the bishop on d5 is very active piece, although bishop on g6 is defending both pawns pretty nicely. What would be a plan to destroy that fortress and breaks
Here
through?
the thing is, for black it's easier to play because black is building a fortress. For black those moves are like very naturally coming, and it is Fedoseev who has to come up with a sequence of the moves. So he decided to simplify the position, trade the bishops, but now look at this knight. This knight on f6 suddenly becomes a monster. Knight g4 check, f6, king g6, etc. First give couple of checks. This could be a fortress.
This actually could be a fortress, but let's see what the players have. Both of the players are getting low on time. Vladimir Fedoseev with 20 seconds, Sicilian with 40 seconds on the clock. Now capturing a pawn on g3, what is happening?
Pretty sure that Fedoseev missed this. He missed his knight f1 check. A bit unusual idea. He thought that black is going to build a fortress. I thought he's going to build a fortress, but now Salem just won a pawn. And who knows? Maybe he's the one who is being ambitious here. f6, king g6, king f5, king g4, king h3, rook a2, rook g2. Black can just play this for the win.
Wait a second, pawn on f6 is hanging right now. How do you defend it? Is there any check in the position? Is there... I'm just trying to see. Maybe there is rook a4, and if rook takes on f6, knight e2 check?
I think you're right. So at least black has this. Rook a4, rook takes on e4, give a check on e2. Unless I'm blundering the knight on g3, and I think I am. So rook takes on f6 is a very big threat. 10 seconds here for black. Big decision.
Rook a4 is on the board. Now after knight f6, rook takes on f6, there is knight e2, knight f4, which is coming on the board.
King f2, knight takes on f4 check. I think this game, Angelika, is getting to a draw, but watch out for these two rooks, like rook d6, rook c7, rook d8 checkmate. Black could easily get checkmated here.
Yes, please don't blunder a checkmate, definitely with black, but it's so tough to see because after knight d5, now rook d6 could be a move, although there are also many checks from black's rook as well, and there is still, don't forget, the pawn on h4. By the way, king g3 now.
Very big decision here. Rook f4 check, king g3. H4 check. That's the idea. Knight f6 and black is safe. No, this game is a draw. There's no way Fedoseev can win this now. Rook takes on f6 already could be a draw. King g6, king g5. Black is perfectly safe here. This is going to be a draw.
Yeah, and it's our last game, which is ongoing right now. Nicholas Theodore won in the meantime. So this is endgame we're going to follow from now on. Both players are getting very low in time. Rook g1. Rook g2, sorry, who is still trying to play for a win? Is
No,
it
I think they're just playing it out. So none of the players they can really make any progress. If black tries to be ambitious here, yeah. Wait, rook takes on e6, king takes on h4. Are gonna play this theoretically drawn position? No, Fedoseev is gonna still try to do something else.
Yeah, Fedoseev is still trying. I think he still have some moves because he should do it whenever he feels like there is about 50 moves to kick in. But for now, it's for sure not 50 moves. I would say around how many? Actually, h4 has been recently played. Yeah, around 15 moves, I think.
Yeah, but wait. I mean, this is a very unusual position. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Two rooks against the rook and the knight. Obviously, rook versus the knight, and it's an easy theoretical draw. I know the technique, but two rooks against the rook and the knight? I'm not sure what is this.
Yeah, this is something special for sure. And now again, rook comes back to c6, targeting the knight. What are you going to do? Will you defend with a rook f7, or will you play knight jump to e4?
Maybe Fedoseev still has some chances here. As long as he keeps the rook pair on the board, king takes on h4. Black probably is still pretty safe with king g6, but I could easily imagine that white could find some unusual position to deliver the mate. You got to take the pawn on h4 at some point, unless Fedoseev keeps the pawn on h4 for the 50 move rule. So he's going to research some opportunities, shuffle moves here and there, and when the move count reaches 50 moves, he's going to take the pawn on h4, and the counter is reset again.
Yeah, very nice idea from Fedoseev indeed to keep that pawn there, because sometimes you're taking it too early and then suddenly 50 moves is happening too early, and well, you are not Definitely ready for that. King h7 is being played.
That's a scary move. Watch out for rook c5, rook c4, rook takes on h4. This king might be under a checkmate threat. There you go. Rook c4 is played.
Rook c4 is played. Maybe now king has to go back to h8. Now there is knight h7 always there. Rook g6.
I think there was rook f4 move before. This was missed opportunity. I'm pretty sure Fedoseev immediately noticed this. Now he's going to try to play rook f4, king h8, rook f4. How do you deal with this pin?
The pin is there, and how do you deal with it? You are right, Arturs. Rook f8, but now
this is
probably
getting
knight
very
h7.
close. This is very close. So Fedoseev is finding some real chances here.
Knight h7. Oh my God, what is happening?
The king is going here.
Oh, the king is being back to h8 square. I mean,
You got to take it.
I don't understand how it's still holdable, but looks so dangerous for
King
black.
h5 is knight f6. The king cannot go forward.
King cannot go forward because of the trick of the stalemate. It's actually a very, very tricky position here for white.
Watch out, rook f2, checkmate in one on rook g8.
You cannot move the rook from the 8th rank. You have to keep it there.
Knight f6, I think, could be very close to... No, it doesn't lose, actually. I want to say it loses. Rook f1 check, knight h7. There's no tricks here. King g5, knight h7, king h6.
Is king h6 a move? Is the rook f6 there?
I don't know. It feels incredibly close. I'm surprised how it's still a dead draw according to the engine, but Fedoseev has managed to create real winning chances here.
Absolutely incredible. Now, the problem with rook f6 might be transformation to that endgame, the rook against the knight, so it's not working. So knight f6 was played. But now there could be ideas of sacrificing a piece. Of course, it would be just one piece, it would be easier. But sacrificing both rook and the knight is not so easy.
And Fedoseev has shown literally every single trick in the book. Now he's trying the triangulation. So king g5, king h5, king h6, knight h7. There's something that he missed.
Now something is missing. Is there rook g7 or rook g7? There is rook f6. Rook g7, rook f6, and maybe the other rook comes to g6? Rook h7, is it a move?
Rook g2, that's not the move. Apparently there was a missed opportunity here for Fedoseev. Still, the game is not over. The players are down to the last 10 seconds or so.
Rook h2, offering the idea of playing king to g5. Now rook going to the d file.
Yeah, there was one moment when Fedoseev had something. It's still not over. The game still continues here. I mean, he's this close to do the unbelievable.
Rook d6.
Knight g8 is the only move here.
Knight g8 is found. Incredible defense by the Emirati #1 Grandmaster. Now knight jumps back to e7, targeting the rook. Rook is attacking the knight on e7.
Like knight g8, now it's going to be king g6, and black essentially is in a corner. None of the pieces are moving. A very scary move. King g6 again. Fedoseev missed an opportunity here. He had a victory. We don't really have time to go back to that moment. Very, very unusual position here.
Rook f1 going back to offer some checks from the g1 and h1, trying to kick the king back. Now rook goes back to the e4, trying to stop those checks. So now after rook g8, king f5, after rook f1, there would be rook f4, but now king is kicked back, and I'm just wondering how many moves do we have in this position? Because
probably plenty, because not so many moves ago, Fedoseev took the pawn on h4. This is where the 50-move rule kicks in, and Fedoseev is going to try to do everything, try to win this game, and I'm pretty sure that Salek is either counting the moves or he has the chief arbiter watching this game and doing it for him, because if none of the pieces are traded within the next 50 moves, this game will be drawn.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. And there is actually information, there was actually indeed this rook g7 move in that position winning, so it was possible for Fedoseev, but now king is too far away. Now you have to make enormous amount of work to bring king back and try to attack on the king side. So rook
Still
g4.
very close. Still very close here. One move it takes and that's it. Black's going to be done. So here Fedoseev is creating a lot of chances here. Select wants to trade the rooks. Fedoseev says no, it's not going to happen. I'm pretty sure he's still going to try to play the rook versus that in case the situation is going to require it.
Definitely. Now king goes back to f5. Is there going to be any other check? Rook f6.
Rook h5 is, rook f6 is a mistake, king g5, rook h4, where's the win?
What is happening?
Rook b7, every single move for white here is winning, and again a miss. Rook g6 is a draw right now.
Oh my God,
rook g6 is a stalemate, only move.
Can he see it? Can Salim
find it? Rook h7 is also a move, by the way.
No, rook
he missed
h1.
He
Oh
missed
my
it.
God.
King F4, he drops tonight. This is how you win.
Oh my God, what an incredible.
Absolutely insane action here happening in Biel.
Oh.
So Fedoseev just did the unbelievable. He won the night, and there's the resignation.
Oh my God.
I just have to show this incredible game by Vladimir Fedoseev here. The temperatures here are at the highest. So here after rook d8, there was the rook g6 move, and after rook takes on g6, king takes on g6, this would be a stalemate. So Alexei missed it, and Fedoseev is awarded for his fighting spirit.
Absolutely unbelievable endgame we have just witnessed. What a fight, what a fighting spirit and defense by the Emirati Grandmaster, but it was not enough. Arturs, what a round we had. And here we have the results of the round number 4. We have Valdar Murzin winning against Frederick Swana in that crazy endgame. There was a draw of Aravindh against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Vladimir Fedoseev scoring a huge win in this crazy endgame. 2 rooks against rook in the night. And in the challengers, we have 2 draws, Makun and David Navarre, as well as Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Hakobian. And it was Nicolas Teodoro who scored a huge win against Belgian number 1, Daniel Darda.
The express train from Greece is gaining momentum after his disastrous start yesterday. He's now leading the tournament in the challenger section with a great fashion, but we have still one more round to go. Here are the rankings before the final round of the rapid tournament of the GMT section. In the master section, we have a 3-way tie. It is Radoslav Wojtaszek with Vladimir Fedoseev, thanks to this crazy victory against Alexei Lem. Aravindh also is sharing the lead, and we have Volodar Murzin only 1 point behind, while in the challengers, it is a pretty clear lead by Teodoro, pursued by Hakobian.
Arturs, what an action we had in this round. I'm just sweating. The temperature is rising high. And we have one more round to follow of incredible action.
To be honest, Angelique, I feel like the temperature is just boiling up. It's just becoming crazy and crazy and crazier. And you just saw this absolutely remarkable game of Fedoseev against Alem Select. What the final round of the rapid tournament is going to deliver, you're going to have to see for yourself. So the 58th International Biel Chess Festival is well on its way of day 2. The GMT rapid tournament has one more round to go. How the rapid tournament is going to finish up, you're going to have to see for yourself after the break. Everything is leading to this. We have the final round of the Biel International Chess Festival here in Biel, Switzerland. Day 2 is about to conclude. The GMT triathlon has officially reached the finish line, at least for the rapid tournament. And here's the bird's eye view for the final 7th round of the rapid section. In the previous round, Angelique, we saw a lot of crazy action. The game we thought is going to finish in the draw, Fedoseev against Salem Saleh. Fedoseev showed he's such a world-class player, managed to do the impossible, but we have more games to watch.
Yeah, definitely we do, and as we can see that their action has started in all games besides the game of Saleh Salem against Aravindh. Interesting, Saleh is not yet at the board. I'm wondering if Aravindh has, and Saleh is arriving now at the board. We can see the late, probably he needed a few moments to relax after such a tough match.
I think so. I think you just need to take a break, especially since you just play this absolutely crazy long game, and you can see here Saleh like he's all smiles. I mean, he's a very, very nice person and always keeping positive. And finally, he did play the first move.
Yeah, definitely. And also as a gentleman, we can see Aravindh didn't start the clock before Saleh joined the board, so it was also very nice from him. But maybe let's see what our other openings happened in the final round. Is there anything interesting?
All right, what do we have?
I see in the top right corner there is already bishop h3. Early move has been played on e5 to follow. It's a game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Volodar Murzin. What is going on? The bishop trade is happening on g2.
That's some rare line of the King's Indian defense, I think, because I don't think that what normally plays e5. I suppose we're going to check it. And I'm seeing a very, very exciting game in the Aram Jacobian against Nicholas Theodorou. This is really great because we have two leaders of the Challengers tournament playing against each other. That's the lower middle board, where Jacobian is playing with the white color. He is 1 point behind the tournament leader. And Theodorou, you'd think he's going to play something sold to keep the tournament lead. No, he just played a gambit.
What has happened? Because knight right now is also on h3 developed. We used to study that knight has to be developed towards the centrum, but knight h3 was the last move of the Armenian Grandmaster. Do you think it's a game we should immediately jump in and check what has happened in this crazy opening?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's quite a stunning fact as itself, because you would think that Theodorou is leading the tournament. He's playing with the black color. He's playing against his closest follower. You want to be solid. But no. And I think it also makes perfect sense because this essentially is the only first tournament of a triathlon. The scores count together. So that's why for Theodorou, it's also a good opportunity to increase his lead against the closest followers. So let's go back from the move one.
Definitely, let's start and see what has happened. We had g4, knight f6, c4, and c5. And we have a Banco or Volga gambit here. Takes, e6.
E6, that's a bit unusual move order. I mean, the Banco itself is not a very popular guest at the GM level because mainly thanks to the Stockfish, it says, no, I mean, white is just up a healthy pawn, black doesn't really have any compensation. Sorry, I think the moves just jumped up a bit.
Yeah.
But still, for the rapid game, it makes perfect sense. And now this looks very familiar to the, you have to forgive me, I don't remember the title. Is it Blumenfeld? I think it was the Blumenfeld gambit.
Yes.
Looks very, very similar.
Indeed, and here g3 has been played with bishop being developed to g2. Sometimes in the against the Volga gambit, it's rather e-pawn moves forward and the bishop is being traded. But in this case, white decides to keep the bishop and just to castle short. Arturs, maybe just shortly about this knight h3 move. Why is it so important?
Yeah, that's really great point there. So knight h3, normally you'd think the knight belongs on f3, but with knight h3 here, white is thinking, I want to play knight f4. And with knight f4, there's going to be pretty serious pressure against the pawn on e6, against the pawn on d5. And yeah, the pawn on e6, obviously you see it's lacking the pawn on f7. That's why here knight h3 makes sense. And also maybe there's going to be moments when white can play immediately e4 and try to somehow use this long diagonal.
Yeah, definitely is possibility. And after short castle rook e1, finally the e pawn is ready to move. Before it was pinned to a rook to f1. And now we're getting the position where white is up a pawn, but at the same time black has this huge piece development and a huge center. What would you choose, Arturs, in this position?
Well, mostly, Angelika, I believe in the approach that if you're playing from the black's perspective, you can sacrifice a pawn, solve opening problems, and get a lot of activity. It's a great choice. So, yeah, I really like black's choice. I obviously am aware that the bar says that white is slightly better, but to be honest, I don't think it really matters. Black has a healthy development. Black enjoys the center, so definitely he has at least some sort of a compensation here.
Definitely it is. And now black is taking quite some time in this position. What would be a candidate move here? Can you actually go for... Yeah, I wanted to ask some queen c7, but queen e8? Apparently not the best move in the position. But the idea could be to bring queen to h5, is it?
Yeah, queen h5 and go for some king-set attack and maybe combine it with some knight g4 ideas, etc. So... unless there's something wrong with the immediate e4. So it might be possible that here white can play e4, try to challenge black's center, and then after d4, I don't know, e5? It's very easy for me to suggest, but ultimately the players, they have to calculate themselves. So I wanted to open up this diagonal here, and after takes, well, let just the players figure out themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. There are so many takes and very long lines, but actually I want to bring your attention to the game of Saleh Salem against Aravindh. There has been some pawn push on the queen side. It's a top middle board. What is happening in this opening and where does the bishop go? Apparently a great move has been played now from Saleh.
This was some sort of, I wanted to say the Catalan, but then I noticed the pawn is not on g3, so it's not
almost
really
a Catalan.
Almost a Catalan, except not a Catalan, yeah, so if that makes any sense. So white is going for space advantage. This part looks perfectly understandable, and here, if I'm going to roll back a couple of moves, black did play this bishop d6. Look at this, it's a bit unusual. Wait, what? What is this even opening?
It looks like two knights tango, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Two knights or Mexican defense. Mexican defense, I think.
What defense?
Mexican.
Mexican. Is it?
I believe. If I'm not mistaken.
Does it exist?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But in common language, it's more used like two knights tango because usually white pushes this d5 and knights are just dancing around.
Right. Anyway, but we are getting a lot of colors in terms of the moves. So anyway, this Mexican defense. So here, after a3, d5, black played immediately attacking the center, knight e2, bishop d6, and black is thinking about some e5 push ideas. I think here Aravindh is just experimenting with things. After the opening and after c5, bishop f4, e3, bishop h6 marks as a pretty serious mistake. And why would it be a mistake? I suppose because white has space advantage.
That's a big question. Definitely it is a mistake. But
and we have a confirmation. This is the Mexican defense. This is really amazing, Angelika. You do the commentary and then you learn a new opening. Fantastic. Thank you.
Absolutely. I know it because of the chessable course, because there we had to cover all kind of openings after d4 from black. So I remember this was this. But I more remember it's a two-knight tango because knights are always jumping here and there.
Interesting. Okay, I'm going to remember it. So before g6 here, you can see the Indian Grandmaster is spending a lot of time with the Daxwa bishop. So he played bishop d6, bishop f4, bishop h6. It can go back to fate. Really tango here, not only with the
bishop
knights,
tango.
The bishop tango is as well. But I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really do any good for black because white just enjoys a very nice space advantage here.
I think the only thing which we can say is good for black or bad for white is that bishop on b2 cannot really play just yet. But of course, mentioning this huge space advantage on the queen side is definitely bringing a big advantage for Saleh. So that's why at this moment, the Indian superstar Aravindh Chidambaram has to find a way to create some counterplay. I don't know what should it be. Should it be in the center or on the king side? But it's very tough. Looking at the bishop on c8, the position of the pieces doesn't look too appealing to me.
So here white's position looks absolutely fantastic, and while here white is trying to capitalize on his massive positional advantage, we're going to go back to the bird's eye view and see and evaluate what else is happening in the final round of all the other games.
And the game actually which catches my eyes on the top right corner, it's a game of Radoslav Wojtek against Vladimir Murzin. Looking at the pawn on e5 and queen on e4, we had this interesting line, unusual line in the King's Indian. Would you like to jump in there and see how it developed?
Yeah. It seems also a couple of moves ago, both of the players missed some opportunities. So white is having some, once again, I know we are repeating ourselves, the space advantage. It's such a recurring theme, especially at the highest level. So the pawn on e5 clearly restricts black's mobility here. And then maybe there's knight e5 and h4. And usually there's a rule, you don't want to trade pieces when you're enjoying space advantage. But there was something missed a couple of moves ago, so I'm just going to roll back a bit.
Yeah, definitely we'll go and see what has been played. And apparently rook d8 was not the best option here for black because...
Because of knight e5. Mirza missed it. Knight x on e5, knight x on e5. This maneuver I've seen before.
Oh my God.
Not from this opening, yeah, but this knight is lost.
You cannot defend the knight. You have to move back the queen and the knight is being taken, so it means that black is winning a pawn in this position. But look at the evaluation bar. It looks still calm. It looks says, okay, there is a still compensation for this pawn because the knight is jumping to d5. There is a problem on e7, and suddenly queen is on the king side. So maybe it's not so easy.
And it was missed twice.
It was missed twice, one more time.
So Murzin missed it once, and he missed it twice. So he could have played knight x on e5 immediately. Now he could have done it again. Same idea. Knight x on e5, knight x on e5, and f5. Okay, here it looks a bit more complicated because the rook on d7 is under attack, but it's the same idea. Well, he didn't really spot it. He played rook x on d1, queen e8, and now white just enjoys a pretty solid advantage.
Yeah, white is just enjoying this position. There is a bunch of space to play with your pieces, maneuver with a knight, going with a knight to g5. Okay, not yet because the pawn on e5 needs some defense. But yeah, for sure, now Radoslav Wojtek, even though he's 3 minutes below Volodar Murzin on the clock, because currently he has 3.5 minutes, Volodar Murzin has 11 minutes on the clock, the pleasant position actually plays its own role. It's so much more comfortable to play and find the moves.
Yeah, this looks very, very nice. Maybe now black is thinking about the 5 idea. f5, e takes on f6, e takes on f6. The queen on e8 is defending the knight on e6. We'll see. So this is also why here Wojtek cannot play h4, and that's usually the mind of high-level grandmasters. So obviously they're not thinking about themselves, they're thinking about what black's is going to do, what I would do if I was playing instead of my opponent. So first maybe Wojtek is thinking, okay, black wants to play f5, what's the move that doesn't really make this f5 appealing? Yeah, there's a lot of high-level stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And also what players are thinking about are the standings of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And Radoslav right now is in the tie for the first place. Winning this game would give him 2 extra points in the standings, which is, of course, super important coming into the rest day and preparing himself for the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Definitely he's going to push and he's going to try to squeeze in the victory. But I would say Volodar is also a very dangerous player. We have seen so many games he managed to bail out in very tough positions. So, well, Radoslav has also to watch out in some positions.
All right. So here the Polish Grandmaster's position is pretty nice, and he is pushing, even though, by the way, clock situation is not really in his favor. We're back to the bird's eye view, and let's see, is there something else we want to follow? David Navarra position on the left lower corner against Rinat Jumabayev. This is some sort of a Marazzi bind position and a hedgehog.
Yeah, looks very nice position. There is a space advantage on the queen side for David Navarre. And as an update in the top middle board, Saleh Salem is putting more and more pressure on the Aravindh Chidambaram, pushing pawns all the way to b5, the game we have been following earlier. But
I'm sorry, Angelique, to interrupt you. There's something sensational happening in the two-leader fight of Jacobian against Nicolas Theodorou. So I suggest we immediately jump in because there's a double exclam move. And there's a lot of chaos happening on the board. And by the way, I think I called it because I was looking at this line. I was showing you briefly, and I thought they have to figure it out. And they're trying to figure it out right now because we just saw a rook sacrifice, and this is immediately responded with a double question mark. So what happened? We're going to have to roll back and understand
Absolutely. Let's go back to go through it a bit slowly. Our minds are not so fast as the top grandmasters who are playing it. So we left the position here. Queen e8 was played, and e4, as you were mentioning, is being played.
Yeah, I said, okay, this is fun. You try to figure it out, and there you go. e5 is played, d takes on c3, e takes on f6, bishop takes on f6, and rook takes on e6. So how about this?
You cannot take on e6 because after that there is going to be bishop d5 follow-up, winning the queen. But evaluation bar remains calm because it looks like, is it enough material? Or is there actually take on b2?
You know, Angelica, I accidentally switched on the engine. There was a move that gives black immediately a great game, but you're not going to guess what it is.
Bishop c4. I just wanted to say it.
What is this? What is this? So bishop c4, bishop e6, bishop e6. Black has a lot of activity here. And after b takes on c3, by the way, the line still continues. Like you can take on h3, you can take on c3. And the engine then just gives our absolute favorite evaluation. It's equal.
Oh, absolutely incredible move found, and rook d8 followed up a mistake. And now Aram is taking his time. He has only 5 minutes, and Nicolas has doubled more. He rushed with this move, rook d8. So Aram is going to find the best move in this position. Actually, we also have to find ourselves what is the best move here, because the queen is under attack on d1. Also, the other queen is under attack on e8. There is also c takes b2 opportunity. You have to figure all it out, and it is so tough, especially when you have 5 minutes on the clock.
Well, I already saw the engine. There's only one move. There's only one move for white that makes the difference between winning and losing. And it's possible that here Theodorou already saw it, because also the body language, the way he sits, doesn't really spell any good. Bishop d5, that's the move. That's the move which white had to pick up, and it is played, because the point is now white includes rook takes on e8, discover check, and if black takes on e6, bishop takes on e6, black doesn't have the time to take the queen on d1, because again, it's a check.
Huge problems now for the Greek grandmaster, what to do. Because right now there are so many threats. Taking on e8, also jumping with the rook all the way and taking any piece is a big threat. How do you actually stop it? Is there any move? Is there queen? Queen f7 wouldn't really work, right?
Queen f7, I mean, it is
Maybe rook
a move.
d6, rook d6, rook takes d6, and bishop f7 with a check doesn't work.
Yeah, let's just put it on the board. Queen f7, unfortunately, quite doesn't work. It's a very logical question, but as you already pointed out, Angelica, rook d6 is a great resource. Rook takes on d6, bishop takes on f7. White's going to collect on d6, and black simply does not have it enough. So Theodorou had it really... it was working in his favor, this entire idea. We're going to roll back a bit right here. This entire sequence of takes on f6, rook takes on e6, all he had to pick up is the non-obvious queen sack, followed by bishop c4. It's such a difficult move to find, and instead, yeah, he just blundered, and Jacobian immediately, I mean, not immediately, but after some thought, he found the best move.
Definitely, he did, and yeah, we see now that Nicolas is struggling. He has 8 minutes on the clock. He's trying to use all his time, try to find the best defense in this position, but I am afraid it's not really possible here. And,
we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. We will definitely
I think
follow.
we already were watching previous games and somehow I was trying to predict how the game is going to finish. And there's always some crazy turnarounds and there's time scramble happening and the players keep also making mistakes, but they're human beings. It's been a pretty long day, but yeah, for Jacoby, and this looks really great. And I think we're going to go back to the bird's eye view and see if something as explosive as this particular game is happening elsewhere.
Yeah, once again, on the top middle board, Saleh Salem against Aravindh. There is this huge pawn chain for the Emirati #1 Grandmaster, and Aravindh is trying fearlessly defend the position. And e4 break has just happened on the board. We can see that Saleh is trying to open up the position. What a game.
All right, and it seems that the game we talked about, Radoslav Wojtaszek against Volodar Murzin, that's the top right corner. He did play knight f4, which is a very surprising move, because why would you want to move the knight from the beautiful d5 square?
I'm sorry, Arturs, look at this. Aravindh replied with the e5 move. The explosion is happening in the middle of the board. I think we gotta see what is happening. I'm just wondering. This is a game of Saleh Salem against Aravindh. e4 was displayed and e5 was the reply. And oh my gosh, there are so many takes which are available. There are so many moves which are possible. What are we having here?
No, but this cannot work. I completely understand why Aravindh did this. So he's trying to complicate stuff. But ultimately, we are obviously seeing there's a lot of trades happening in the center, but black is underdeveloped. So black has the bishop on c8, the rook on a8, they're not doing anything, while white is fully developed. White has the space advantage, white has well positioned the pieces here. So I think the logic is here, Angelika, white should find a way to open up the position, and then his pieces should be stronger, because that's the rule normally you're supposed to do. The question is, how do you do it?
That's the biggest question. How are you going to do it? And of course, what Aravindh is trying to do is to open up the position, to open up finally the square, the diagonal for the bishop from c8, because the bishop was stuck there for the whole game. And queen b3 was played. Apparently not the most precise move at keeping the pressure, because actually, I don't know, would you actually take on d4? Because you just invite white's knight to d4. You cannot do it. And queen b3 is spinning the pawn on d5, so you cannot take on e5 on e4 right now. So what to do actually?
Can I make things even more exciting?
Let's try.
Can I do this?
f5.
Yeah, my idea, wait, but it doesn't work. I was thinking there might be an opportunity to play e4, but there's obviously going to be d6 check.
Let's show it.
Yeah, so it doesn't work. And I initially actually noticed here that maybe after e takes on e5, I can play e4, but then I immediately also spotted that bishop takes on e4 is still the same idea. And after d takes on e4, this is simply impossible because the king on g8 is left defenseless. So that's why here also queen b3 makes perfect sense here. So select simply remove the queen from the pin, and this is also why black played king h8, and he's thinking about these five ideas in the next coming moves.
Definitely. The whole board right now is on fire. I don't know which take is going to happen next, but definitely the pawn on c6 is under pressure, the pawn on d5 as well as pawn on e5. I don't know. I mean, like, the evaluation bar is screaming that it's much better for white, and definitely there is a big positional advantage, definitely, but also dynamically the position looks so much better with a huge development.
This is a really great moment, Angelika, because just as I was about to suggest that white could just play something calm like rook e1, and this also shows that Saleh has worked a lot with engines, and he has a lot of experience, because, for example, this one move ago, you're thinking, what about e takes on e5, what about d takes on e5, what about a5, what about something? So if you have worked a lot with engines, you probably have noticed that many times the Silicon Beast suggests to keep the tension, as you were suggesting before. That's why this move, rook e1, it ticks a lot of boxes. It doesn't really ruin your position. And here is the Indian Grandmaster who tries to clarify the situation in the center. Right now, e takes on d4, and again, white has a lot of choices, but the pawn, by the way, on c5 is under attack now.
Oh, now it's actually a big problem, because it seems like knight takes on d4 would bring a threat of a fork on e6, but after knight takes on c5, everything will be under control. So for that reason, I believe bishop takes on d4 should be a move. First of all, opening the diagonal for the bishop, and also defending the pawn on c5.
Yeah, bishop d4 would be my first thought as well, unless you can sacrifice the pawn. And you can play knight e4, let me just again put it like knight e4, knight c5, and something like queen a3. But I think ultimately it's going to be bishop d4. Yeah, and bishop d4, knight e5, by the way, was played. And again, it is white who has to make a big choice. Look at the clock, by the way, 3 minutes for white.
Only 3 minutes for Salem. We have seen him struggling with the time. He was always under time pressure. Yesterday's Chess 960 tournament, he was always getting low on time. Today he's getting low on time. This game against Vladimir Fedoseev recently, which he lost being so low on time. It's his way of playing. He's always using all his time resources as possible, and he's trying to find the best move, and many times the most creative ones, but sometimes it's not enough.
Let's go bird's eye view. Let's go bird's eye view because there's still definitely action happening in the other games as well, and this game is super exciting. We are still following the other games as well. And what immediately catches your attention, Angelique?
What is happening on the bottom left corner? David Navarre against Rinat Jumabayev. Bishop g5 has been played. Queen is on h3. Looks like an attacking perspectives for Czech Grandmaster in that game.
That looks really great for David here. That's the game we could definitely check. Anything else?
On the top left corner, there is a game of Frederick Swane against Vladimir Fedoseev, and I see that there is something again ongoing on the king side. Looks like attack from white, but there is a knight on e3 under attack, and it's not being taken. Now knight g4. I mean, some craziness is happening there.
There's a lot of action, so we basically have to make a choice. And I would like to go back to the game of Jacobian against Theodorov, because that is still the fight of the leaders. And I think that despite the fact that our dearest engine says this is somehow easily winning for white, there's a lot of complicated possibilities here, and both players are below 3 minutes on the clock. This is where the victory of the rapid tournament will be decided.
Definitely it is, and it's super important for the Grandmaster Triathlon standings, because this is how you're starting on the basically the whole triathlon. Do you want to go in the rest day as a winner of the rapid tournament and being the first in the standings? Of course you do, and that's a huge fight which we see here.
C-Nix on B2 was the last move here, played by Nicholas Theodorov. Yeah, his body language, I don't know, I try to read it like he's not happy with the position, but he's been sitting like this the entire game. Yeah, this is maybe his way of concentrating. And also, white does enjoy this material advantage, but the bishop on d5 is pinned. So you need to watch out for ideas like knight e4, the bishop loses support, then the knight might jump to e2. First, of course, there's the big question, what do you do with the rook at a1? Most likely it's rook b1, so I think it's still very unclear, and Jacobian has only 90 seconds left.
Yeah, absolutely, and also Nicholas is shaking his head. He cannot believe he got to this position where he's trying to understand where did he blunder, but okay, position is already here. In 3 minutes for Nicholas, at least some advantage on the clock, 1.5 minutes. Now Aram Hagobian with 1 minute playing rook b1.
That's a move he wanted to play a bit faster, but there were so many things to calculate. I think right now 94 makes a lot of sense. If we speak about the material balance, what's actually happening here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, so black has the rook for the queen. And it seems that white is going to lose more material.
Yeah, it looks like the material is going to be lost because you have to stop that pawn.
Can I simplify the position, take on f6 and take on c6?
And then you're going to give back queen for the material, and then you will have at the end of the story what it will be the end game.
Okay,
is it going to be an up a pawn for black?
Yeah, I'm not going to maybe move the pieces now because the players are in a time scramble. But bishop f6, bishop takes on c6. I'm thinking takes a bishop d3. Why I'm saying simplifying? Because this is essentially the trait of any chess professional. You have a lot of material advantage. You want to clarify things. You don't want to complicate stuff, which is precisely what Theodorov is trying to do. He knows knows he's in trouble.
He knows he has issues in this position. He has to try to survive a few more moves. If he gets a draw in this position, in this game, he's going to be a winner of the Rapid tournament and he will lead the standings. If he's going to lose, it's going to be Aram Hakobian who is getting the lead in the challengers section. So very important matchup right now for both of the players.
The critical moment is approaching here. Rook e5 here. The fate of the Rapid tournament winner is to be decided in this game because on the right, here we have the current leader of the tournament, Nicholas Theodorou. He leads Rapid tournament. On the left, we have Aram Hakobian, who is 1 point behind. If he wins this position with the extra material, he's going to take down the very first tournament of the GMT triathlon.
And Arturs, we have some updates. Actually, the Radoslav Wojtaszek who drew against Volodar Murzin, we've seen he had quite some advantage in the position. I don't know what happened. And also there is a massive complication in the game of Saleh Salem against Aravindh. Aravindh is still fighting and trying his best, having 2 central pawns. So these are the updates so far from the round. Obviously...
Here we have, indeed, the bird's eye view. You can very, very quickly check what's happening in the other games and evaluate the consequences, but then I suggest we go straight back to that game.
Absolutely, we go back to the game Aram Hakobian against Nicholas Theodorou, trying to figure out who is going to be the winner and the winner of the Rapid tournament and the leader of
10 seconds, 10 seconds for white.
I think it's a game for 2 results. And he took on d8.
And he panics. He played bishop takes on d8. He really calculates things very precisely here.
But now rook takes on d1, rook d1, bishop d3.
Exactly. And there you go. Rook takes on d1 is played bishop immediately. D3. He spotted this.
Is it going to be on the board?
I think so. Bishop d3 enables b1 queen, and white probably still is in pretty great shape because he has the extra pawn, but it's no longer the extra queen. That's a major downgrade, don't you think?
That's a major downgrade, absolutely. And that would bring so much of a chance for Nicholas to...
What about c4, c3, c2? Can I do that? Can I do that?
That's actually another option. Let's see what Nicholas is deciding. I think he's reaching for a bishop. Bishop d3 is on the board.
I think actually he's perfectly entitled to do this. Knight f4, I think also here Hakobian expected this.
b1 must be played, I would say. b1. And
maybe bishop c2?
Or bishop c2 first.
I have choices here. I don't think it's even b1 queen because ultimately black is still down a pawn. I can play bishop c2, play c4, c3. I think that's the move that Hakobian is worried the most.
The problem is after bishop c2, rook e1 is going to threaten a checkmate on e8, so we have to be really careful in the position. What are you going to do?
I would play bishop c2, to be honest. But here I think that Theodorou wants to spend some time while he can because he feels this is the critical moment. Does he promote to the queen or play bishop c2? I think he should have played like bishop c2 like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, bishop c2, rook e1, and then anyway he can still promote in this position, but he goes king g8 defending from a checkmate on e8. What a move. He's improving his king's position, and b1 is always in the picture.
Hakobian did not want to see this. He didn't want to see this. Like, maybe knight e5, knight c3. Okay, bishop b6 is played. I think c4 is a move here. c4, c3. Watch out for these pass pawns.
c4 is indeed a move, trying to activate that passer. What to do here for Aram? Also, time on the clock. Look, Nicholas has 13 seconds. He has to play a move as fast as possible. He has to make a decision.
Why is it delaying c4? I don't understand it. Is it looking for something else? Oh,
knight d4, knight f3. Fork was there in bishop e4.
Wow, bishop e4, you're going to take on e4 because here black is promoting to the queen. King h3 basically is the only move.
And now what is going to happen?
This feels like some study.
Knight f3, attacking the rook. Now rook has to go away. Knight g5 check.
This is unreal. Like, I think there might be even some checkmate ideas like g5, h5. Bishop c2 marks as a major mistake.
What is happening? Is there any check? No, rook f1 is... What was the move? We have to check.
Yeah, I didn't really check it. We're going to go back to that moment. So here, black pushes c4.
Yeah, let's see what was the move instead of rook f1, just very quickly.
Can you check it very quickly? So here, c4, knight e5 is played. stopping the c4 advancement. Knight e2 here. As you can see, black is not promoting the b pawn because this would make white's position easier to play.
And it was actually rook d8 with a bishop take on c5 because the pawn was hanging there and checkmate on f8 was in the picture. But we see that the player is missing so many opportunities right now.
And now it's once again white who's played for the win. So he has survived the scare. He knows he's doing great. And now Theodore is just trying to hold on to the draw, secure the victory in the rapid tournament. Bishop e4, knight c3. And most likely here, black is going to suffer for a very long time because white has a chance to create an outside pass pawn on the queen side and then another pass pawn at the king side. So I would say Jacobian's chances are pretty high here.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, king g4, king f4 is coming forward. And
might be even winning. I don't know. I'm obviously seeing that the tabulation bar says somehow this is a draw, but it's very, very difficult to play because for white it's very easy. Like white's going to play f4, g4, f5, a4, a5. White's plans are very clear. At the same time, black doesn't really know what I'm supposed to do here.
yeah, and here we have the same opposite color bishops actually. So actually, usually it's king c6.
King f6, according to the engine, is the strongest move here. Might be more moves here as well, like bishop c3 makes sense, a5 makes sense here. So king f6 going after the king side pawns looks perfectly reasonable. 16 seconds for both players.
16 seconds, and Aravindh, will he do it? He goes for bishop c3, more solid option. He's not yet deciding to go for the king side pawns.
Apparently, black has to play h5 and bishop c2. I don't really know how this is drawing. I would say that white still has excellent chances to win the game. Once again, king f6 is a move. Or maybe king f6, king g5, g4, f5 is a move.
Definitely, it is possible. And king is going all into f6. He wants to take all the pawns on the king side and win this game. What to do for Nicholas here? 7 seconds.
So here, yeah, bishop c2 stops the pawn, king g7, h5, black is going to build some kind of a fortress. Notice, by the way, we have the wrong corner. You cannot trade all the pawns on the king side because this bishop is not going to matter because this is the wrong corner for the dark square bishop. So Jacobian knows this and Theodore knows this.
Yeah, definitely. So in case black manages to trade 2 pawns and then sacrifice a bishop before and third pawn, that's going to be enough to hold the draw. But will he manage to do it? That's a huge question. Will he do it?
I think he's going to do it. So this pawn on h3 is not going to be lost. Like you can play h4, king g7, f6, and this h pawn stays alive. If only black would trade every single pawn on the king, it would be a draw. But unfortunately, I don't think he can do it. So Jacobian is going to do it.
Yeah, and bishop h3 has been played, targeting the g4 pawn. What can you do here? Take on g6, pawn takes, and king g5 apparently is a huge mistake. What is happening here?
Hold on. King a6.
King a6 has been played. Now bishop goes back to f1. What is going on? Now he will never be able to take a pawn on...
Now it's just a draw.
Now it's just a draw.
No, just a draw. Bishop d3. Now it's just a draw. So he's not going to do it. He missed it. And you can see the relief in the Theodore's face. He knows he was this close to lose this game.
And now we're going to see the pawn is pushing, bishop is being sacrificed, and we'll see that the pawn on the a file is having a8 square, which is the light square, is the wrong corner of the bishop. The bishop is dark squared one. Oh, what?
So let's follow it until the very end. I think both players, they're just blitzing out the final moves. It's going to finish with some stalemate or something. A7, king a8, king a6, or bishop d4, and they are all smiles and agree to draw.
Yeah, meanwhile, we still have games ongoing. Arturs, it looks like Aravindh is winning in the game against Saleh Salem. It's a top middle board. What is going on there? Is it just a whole piece up?
Yeah, it's just a piece up. Do we have anything else? We have the game of, okay, here we go again, full screen. We missed the action in the middle of the game, and apparently this break in the center somehow worked for the Indian Grandmaster.
Yeah, it was very strange because Saleh was having actually huge chances. Here there are 3 pawns against 2 and the bishop. So the only chance for white is to try to promote that pawn, to get that pawn for a bishop, and then to try to draw. But
as Mr. Scheibel would say, this is where you resign, unfortunately. And yeah, there's no ideas, no tricks for the Emirati Grandmaster. Black doesn't collect the pawn on h4. No, he is still going to try to play for d6, even though Black is well in time to stop the pawn.
And still we have two other games ongoing. David Navarro against Rinat Jimabai. What an endgame there. We have Rook endgame, and also Aram Hakobian against Nicolas Theodorou just finished. So it's the only game which is ongoing. Well, let's jump to David's game against Rinat Jimabai.
Who's actually playing this endgame for the victory? Could be both players, because materially wise, Black... No, wait, it's about material balance. And somehow the engine always finds a draw in these positions.
Yeah, and there is an outside passer for both sides. There is an H pawn for Black, while there is A pawn for White. But the king on F3 is closer to the pawn on the H file and more to the action. So it might be slightly more comfortable for White, although I'm not sure.
Wait. I mean, King G2, Rook takes on A3, there might be Rook D7 and Rook D5. That's a very unpleasant move. I'm not really sure. I would still pick white color here. So now I'm also absolutely positive that both players have noticed this. Rook D7, there you go, it's on the board. So Rook D5 is very, very difficult to meet.
Yeah, how to stop it? An H4 trying to push pawn forward. So now Rook D5, winning pawn on E5. What is happening? Is there F6?
I think just
F6?
take the pawn. Should be winning. Yeah, Rook E6, F6. These pawns are going forward. You don't need the help of the king unless somehow Black manages to bring the king on G4, make some kind of a draw. You play King E3, there's going to be King H3 here.
Oh my God, what a position now. Rook comes to E7, F6, F7 is about to be played. Rinat Jimabayev is getting low on the clock. Rook E6 trying to stop the pawn coming to F6, but Rook E6 should be played.
Everything wins. King F3 or King H3, Rook E6. But of course, we cannot really rule out in a time scramble at the end of the very difficult tournament. There might be...
What happened?
What?
I'm sorry, what was the result? It looks like...
Cannot be, right? I do not have an update because...
Can we zoom in and see the kings? How are the kings standing?
You lost on time? Because I'm seeing on the kings are positioned on the dark squares, and usually this is the signal, how you signal the digital operator who operates the board that Black wins, which I find it quite incredible. Can we maybe zoom into the board and see where the kings are positioned? Because the way they're positioning, it seems that the Black king is on E5, and the white king is on the E4.
And there has been a confirmation from a chief arbiter. Navarro lost the game apparently on time.
He lost this. That is absolutely incredible. So very, very difficult to believe. And there you go. There's the results indeed. So Navarro lost his technically winning position. He just lost on time. So that's the game from the challenges, as you can see. But here are the full results. So Fedoseev takes on Frederick Svane.
No, it's yes, Fedoseev, yes.
Right, Salem Salek lost against Aravindh. That's the game we saw briefly at the very end. And Wojtek against Murzin finished in a draw. And then we have the unexpected result of the challengers.
Absolutely unbelievable. Rinat Jimabayev is winning on time against David Navarro in last position. We have a draw. Aram Hakobian against Nicolas Theodorou, and also Daniel Darda against Makun, another draw. And here are the standings after the rapid tournament. We see in the Masters, we have two leaders right now, Vladimir Fedoseev and Aravindh Chidambaram with 7 points. After them, followed by Radoslav Wojtaszek with 6 points, 1 point behind is Volodar Murzin, and 3 points is Frederick Svane. Nicolas Theodorou is the winner of the rapid tournament and current leader of the Grandmaster triathlon standings. 1 point behind him is Aram Hakobian with Makun 4.5 points. Together, Rinat Jimabayev with 4 points and Daniel Darda 3.5 points.
Yeah, totally unpredictable finish of the rapid tournament. As you can see, never give up, always fun until the very end because the opponent always can flag. It's been such an amazing run, but dear viewers, we have still more stuff to show you because we're going to have an interview with the winner of the Challengers tournament, Nicolas Theodorou. I hope he's going to join us, but in the meantime, we're going to make a very short break. So watch for us coming back in several minutes. Stay tuned, and we're going to see you after the break.
Welcome back, dear viewers, to the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. The day of the Rapid tournament is over, and I'm so happy to have with me the winner of the Challengers Rapid tournament, Nicholas Teodoro. Huge congratulations, such an amazing performance after yesterday's day.
Thank you. I mean, it couldn't have gone any worse than yesterday, so I'm very happy.
So what actually did you do? Did you sleep more hours? Did you eat something special? How can you say us what was the secret of the victory?
There is no secret, really. I just tried to relax a bit and forget about the games. But at least I ended on a good note yesterday. After starting with half out of 5, I did win one game and drew the last one. So
against Aravindh, yeah, what a performance! And also starting this tournament, you had quite a luck, right? In the first game, you started with a lucky win. Do you think the luck helped you in some way in the tournament today?
Oh, you mean yesterday?
No, today, because you won with this beautiful, brilliant rook takes or queen takes d7 checkmate against Rinat.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was lucky, but it definitely helped me gain some momentum.
Yeah, and it's your first time at the Biel Chess Festival. How do you enjoy it so far?
Oh, it's been very good so far. I really like the city and the fact that it's surrounded by so much green. I haven't been to the lake yet, but I'm planning to, maybe tomorrow on the rest day. And my buddy Benjamin Bok is also playing here, so that's good.
So you're spending time with him outside of the tournament together?
Yeah, we got dinner yesterday, so that was fun.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, so tomorrow is the rest day. One more time, you're planning to go visit the lake. Do you think it's going to help you to wind down and settle for the classical portion?
I'm not sure if winding down is something desirable after winning the Rapid. I would have liked to play tomorrow, perhaps, but yeah.
So you would love to start already tomorrow with the classical part?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, definitely. But for sure, you'll have some time to prepare. Actually, who are you facing in the first round in the classical? Do you already know this?
I think I'm playing Rinat Jumabayev.
With which pieces?
With black.
With black.
I start with double black, so.
What's your number then? That means number
4.
4. Oh, so it's a tough start with a double black. But if you survive those two, it's going to get better in the.
Hopefully, yeah.
And there is going to be still blitz portion. Are you looking forward to that, or are you more looking forward to the classical portion?
I mean, I really like playing classical, and the blitz is sort of a random. The result can be very random, so yeah, I'm looking forward to both.
Yeah, definitely. And just a reminder, our audience, Nicholas has recently just won a US Chess Challengers Cup, as well as a team tournament. Yes, you played
Greek League.
Greek League, basically getting the first place with a team competition. Maybe one short question. Which victory would you personally say is the one which stands out for you more? Is it individual competition or the team one?
Of course, it feels great winning with my team. It's a 10-member team, so everyone was thrilled with the result. But I'm also really glad that I won UZ Chess, because next year I'll be playing the Masters group, so that's special for me.
That's nice to have this invitation. So definitely, do you have such a motivation here in Biel to get the first place in Challengers? To get invited?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for your time. It was amazing to see you in action today in the Rapid. And
thank you.
Thank you. And dear viewers, we're going to resume the action the day after tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be a rest day, so there is going to be no broadcast. But on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time, we will follow the first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So, see you there at the same time, at the same place, here in the Biel Chess Festival.